The bulldozer slowly moved forward in front of them. The white bag suddenly twitched. Its movements became more and more violent. Suddenly, a zombie's arm reached up. Seconds later, they frantically tore the cloth apart and swarmed out. The players screamed in terror at the scene before them. Zombies. As soon as the words ended, the zombies immediately charged like a storm, their eyes full of bloodlust. They panicked, running for their lives with all their might. Run fast. Hong and Gaiet calmly reminded. This is your specialty. Thien Loi smiled proudly. So it is zombies. I was worried it was humans, not easy to strike. Fearing that he might get too excited, she kindly advised, you better wait until after fighting before pretending. The two of them boldly stood in front of the zombie crowd. He eagerly called out, let's go. Meanwhile, the other players were quickly caught. Some others were cornered. With no other choice, they climbed the wall to escape. Climb up quickly. However, Lu Mao had already noticed. His followers immediately fired bullets toward the wall to stop the players from escaping. They were hit and screamed in pain, ah ah. Then their bodies lost balance and fell straight to the ground. Lu Mao stepped forward and warned, as warriors of the god, you are not allowed to flee. The battle continued. Many unfortunate victims were captured. They were slammed down mercilessly. Lam Fuong held a cleaver and swung wildly. Her mouth kept shouting, ah. In panic, she accidentally dropped her weapon. A zombie quickly seized the opportunity and rushed forward. Lam Fuong screamed in fear, covering her face, help me. Fortunately, Pham Lan arrived in time to support. She had not yet recovered, stammering, unable to speak. Thank you. On this side, Engi Hung swung his stick and killed two at once. Suddenly another zombie appeared behind him, making him unable to react. Engi Hung immediately pulled someone nearby to take the hit. Take this for me. Then he swung the stick and killed the monster in an instant. Die. On this side, wine was poured full into the glass. Zeus leisurely sipped each mouthful, ignoring life and death below. He hugged a beauty while praising. So many new members have joined. Today's battle is truly spectacular. Zeus laughed gleefully, then asked, who do you think can survive to the end? Jia Lin looked toward the stadium and whispered, Number 3 seems very strong. She showed great admiration. The movements are very professional. Must have been trained in boxing or sanda. However, Tiu Mai's face showed clear disgust. So what if he has skills? Well-developed limbs mean normal brains. He won't live long. Instead, she admitted that Engi Hung deserved more. In times like this, the most important thing is ruthlessness. Number 46 is not bad. Tu Dan lightly scolded, you people are so fickle. I remain consistent and expect number 9. Dong Trite also wanted to join the fun. I expect number 17. She kept praising Tiu Dong. That boy is so handsome. It would be a pity if he died. I hope he is lucky today. Suddenly Jia Lin noticed something strange in the arena. Her eyes locked onto the pile of cloth from earlier. Looking closer, Jia Lin saw Kai Da lying there pretending to be dead. She quickly covered her mouth to stop herself from laughing out loud. Truly cunning. Ban this, Tu Dan tactfully asked. Lord Zeus, who do you think will win? He turned his attention to Hong and Gaiet. That girl has already killed 5 zombies. Perhaps the biggest dark horse this time is a mare. Then Zeus stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, looking extremely perverted. But I wonder what it's like to ride her. They burst into laughter at such a teasing joke. Lord Zeus, you are so naughty. Suddenly another person patted his shoulder. Am I the only one who favors number 26? He has also killed 3 zombies. But seeing Thien Loi panting heavily, she began to sneer. But it seems he has no stamina at all. No stamina. Thien Loi swung the axe on the left and immediately killed another zombie. The one on the right also quickly met the same fate. After a while of intense effort, he breathed heavily with difficulty. Inside, Thien Loi felt something was wrong. Very strange. The body had no strength. The head was also dizzy. This weak feeling had not appeared for a long time. He sensed that the current state felt very familiar, like he had returned to the time before evolution. While busy thinking, another zombie rushed forward. He lightly dodged to the side. Thien Loi clenched his teeth in frustration and looked at it. Suddenly a scream drew his attention. It turned out that Tiu Dong was running away in panic. "No, don't come here." He suddenly tripped and fell to the ground. Tiu Dong, eyes filled with tears, cried out miserably, "Big brother, save me." As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie behind had already caught up. It raised its hand ready to grab Tiu Dong. Thien Loi could not watch and do nothing. He immediately swung his axe, aiming straight at its neck. But Thien Loi was so exhausted that he could not kill the zombie. Inside, he helplessly shouted, "Damn, it can't cut." The zombie immediately counterattacked. It swung its arm and slapped hard right in his face. Thien Loi fell to the ground, looking extremely miserable. While he was still dazed, the zombie pounced and pressed him down. Thien Loi gritted his teeth and struggled to resist. Tiu Dong could only stand there watching him. Suddenly a swoosh sounded. The zombie was cut cleanly across the shoulder. The move was so fast it could not react. It turned out that the slash just now was from Hong In-gait. She glanced at Thien Loi and said mockingly, "The chosen son of heaven, is this all your skill?" Tiu Dong's face was full of panic. "Big brother, you're bleeding too much." Thien Loi touched the deep wound on his chest. His brows furrowed in pain. He went pale as he realized the old wound has torn open. In the stadium, the players' miserable cries echoed endlessly. "Ah, ah, ah." Those unlucky enough to die would immediately turn into zombies. Soon the number of monsters increased significantly. Everywhere was full of zombies. They kept looking for new prey to increase their numbers. Seeing this, Hong In-gait felt uneasy. Those who died have turned into zombies already. Thien Loi gritted his teeth angrily. If this continues, there will only be more zombies. These people were all bitten to death. She glanced at him, her tone slightly worried. "You better worry about yourself first. With your current condition, even if I join in, we can't kill that many zombies." Thien Loi anxiously looked down at the ring. Still no response. "Damn ring. If you don't contact the host soon, I'll throw you away." Suddenly Tiu Dong shouted, "I have a way." Hong In-gait looked puzzled. "You?" He confirmed, "I've been here for more than a month. I know the rules of the game well." Tiu Dong looked at the two of them with pleading eyes. "Please trust me." The two did not answer immediately, only silently looked at each other. At this moment in other areas of the stadium, Pham Lan was still tirelessly killing monsters. In Gi Hung was also gritting his teeth enduring. However, the overwhelming number of zombies made it difficult for them to hold on. Seeing that, Zeus thought to himself, "It seems this should end soon." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Everyone come here." All attention turned toward the source of the sound. Over there, the three of them were stretching a net. Tiu Dong shouted loudly, calling out, "Lure the zombies here." Jia Lin looked at the scene in confusion. Where did they get the net? Suddenly Zeus's eyes widened, as if realizing something. He looked once and understood immediately. "It's the goal net." He smiled with great delight. "Interesting." Pham Lan suddenly shouted loudly to alert, "Run." All the other players immediately obeyed without hesitation, running for their lives with all their might. The players ran as fast as they could toward Thien Loi's group. They gritted their teeth and used the last of their strength, hoping to be saved. However, the zombie horde always stayed close behind. When they ran past Thien Loi's group, the two of them immediately formed a formation and stretched a net across the track. The mindless zombies were caught in the trap like fish stranded on land. He gritted his teeth and held the net tightly. But they struggled more and more violently. For a moment a few of them were about to squeeze through. The remaining players cried out in panic. "They're about to get out. What do we do?" Feeling the play was about to reach its climax, Zeus waved his hand as a signal. His henchmen understood and immediately opened fire continuously. A shower of copper bullets then flew at the zombies. Soon all the monsters were wiped out, bodies lying everywhere creating a chilling scene. Only then could they breathe a sigh of relief. Saved, saved. Thien Loi suddenly collapsed. Tiu Dong hurriedly ran over to support him. "Big brother." Hong In-gait spoke to reassure, "It's okay, just fainted." Then Zeus stood above and proclaimed loudly, "My beloved warriors, congratulations on defeating the enemy. You are the heroes of the country, of the god. As a reward, I will grant each person one wish. Any wish is allowed." Saying that, he smiled cunningly. "Now tell me your wishes." Asked suddenly, the people below had no immediate answer. "Wish, wish." Suddenly a young man stood up and opened his mouth. "Rice, I want to eat rice." Seconds later others took turns stating their wishes. "Also wine, give me food, I want to smoke." Zeus immediately clapped loudly as a signal. Instantly a table was carried out onto the field. On top was laid out all kinds of delicacies without missing anything. They rejoiced and shouted, "It's food!" Then the whole group rushed to eat voraciously. Zeus watched the scene with satisfaction. He kindly poured more wine down below. The players immediately ran to catch it with their mouths, feeling very satisfied. Dan spoke mockingly. "Look, they really look like dogs." Zeus laughed louder and louder. "Ha ha, this is what you deserve. Eat to your heart's content." Jia Lin covered her mouth giggling. "Ha ha." Thien Loi's three-person group still did not touch any food. Engi Hung was still skeptical, so he asked again to be sure. "Really any wish at all?" He confidently affirmed, "As long as you say it, there is nothing I, God Zeus, cannot grant." Then he no longer held back and pointed forcefully at the stands. "I want a girl." Engi Hung named Dan directly. "It's her." Zeus pressed his lips, thinking for a long while. Finally he had to agree. "Very well, she is yours. This is a reward for your heroic performance." She did not expect this outcome, so she kept begging, "Lord Zeus." Suddenly another request rang out. "I want my child." Lam Fuang repeated quietly again, "Aren't you God Zeus? Aren't you a god? Then return my child to me." He was silent, his pupils fixed on the woman before him. She showed contempt. "Can't do it, then you are not a god." Lam Fuang could not hold back and directly humiliated Zeus before everyone. "Admit it, you are nothing. Just a pervert who likes watching others be slaughtered. A madman with antisocial character should be dragged out and executed." "Do you know who I am? I am Judge Lam Fuang of the 4th Intermediate People's Court of Lu Chao. I want to sentence you to death, not skinning. I will take out all your heart and liver and cut your flesh into pieces to feed the zombies." Then she laughed as if about to go mad. "Ha ha ha." The other players were overwhelmed by this information and speechless. They silently awaited the fate that would befall Lam Fuang. Tiu Dong worriedly wanted to step forward, but immediately was stopped by Hong and Gaiet. "Don't go over there." Based on the current situation, she concluded, she has gone mad. Zeus now lowered his voice in response. "I forgive your madness, although I cannot return your child to you, but as a substitute." Suddenly a cold bang sounded. Lam Fuang's body immediately fell to the ground. The surrounding players were shocked to the core, faces filled with fear. He laughed while the gun barrel still smoked. "Now you can reunite with him. Lam Fuang fell onto the track to the astonishment of the others. Zeus arrogantly looked down and warned, "Everyone here are my noble warriors. I love you all, so do not make requests intended to trouble me." Those words of abuse made Pham Lan extremely angry, but he could only grit his teeth and scowl in helplessness. Meanwhile Tiu Dong frowned worriedly and looked up. Then Zeus turned his hand toward Hong and Gaiet. "The female warrior over there, what do you want?" She pointed at the unconscious Thien Loi. "Doctor, this person has been seriously injured. Moreover is running a fever, needs treatment." Then Hong and Gaiet added, "Otherwise I need antipyretics and something to stop the bleeding." Hearing this surprised Zeus greatly. "This supplemental declaration is worrisome. There is no doctor here. Will you be like that girl?" He licked his lips full of desire. His tone became ambiguous. "Indeed a smart mare." In response to this expression, Hong and Gaiet fell silent, murderous intent rising in her eyes. After speaking, Zeus turned and left, not forgetting to announce, "Today ends here. Everyone rest and regain strength. The next round will begin soon." Time passed, night came, and the moon hung overhead. Thien Loi slowly woke and opened his eyes. Seeing this, Tiu Dong hurried over to inquire, "Big brother, you're awake." He weakly tried to speak. What happened to me? He quickly explained. You lost too much blood and fainted. Luckily, this sister used her wish to exchange for healing medicine. Hearing this, Hong and Gait did not even bother to glance, only scowled in reproach. Useless, fainted twice in one day. Since when did you become so weak? Then she turned away sharply, but on second thought she thought she should not have saved him earlier. Let him be bitten by zombies twice to test if what he said before was true. That would be more valuable. Thien Loi could only be speechless. A girl like her indeed is. He touched his chest, brooding, but such an injury should have recovered by now. Why is it instead worse? Furthermore, earlier when those masked people approached, I had not a bit of vigilance. Then he stared at his hand, unease rising in his heart. Could it be that my ability is disappearing? Suddenly Pham Lan came forward, cutting off Thien Loi's train of thought. Earlier, thanks to everyone, because everyone helped restrain those zombies, we were able to survive. Right. We still do not know your names? He answered indifferently without guard. I am Triu Thien Loi. She is Phuong Tu Din. Seeing the information revealed, Hong and Gait unpleasantly reproached. Who told you to give my name to others? Thien Loi was indifferent. A name is given to be called by others anyway. Moreover, this name sounds much better than Hong and Gait. This warm remark made her pause, her cheeks blushing like a maiden in love. Pham Lan also frankly introduced. My name is Pham Lan, formerly a Sanda trainer. Hearing this, Thien Loi nodded and smiled. No wonder your body skills are good. Then he turned to Tiu Dong. Little brother, what is your name? Making him bewildered. Me. Then he stood up, scratching his head bashfully. My name is Lu Tiu Dong. I am a student. Thien Loi suddenly remembered his earlier action and wondered. Right? Why did you know those masked people would shoot dead the zombies? Seeing this, Tiu Dong quickly explained. I have been here for more than a month. Have experienced many rounds of the game. I observed that whenever the remaining number of people is 10, God Zeus will reluctantly end it. I think it is because he sees few people and the game will not be fun anymore. He added with a tinge of sadness in his eyes. Now plus my aunt's death, we just happen to be 10 people, so I guessed he would end the game soon. Hearing this, Hong and Gait was surprised. You say you have been here for a month. Looking so weak as you are, how have you survived until now? Tiu Dong sadly recounted. Since childhood my health has not been good. I have severe tuberculosis. Doctors also said I would not live past 20. He lowered his face, trembling, clenching his hands. But it seems heaven has compensated me. Wherever I go I can meet kind-hearted people. After being brought here I have been taken care of a lot. Each round kind seniors helped me. His words made everyone stunned, like everyone else. Tiu Dong continued, his voice full of self-blame. Thanks to them I could survive, but they are dead now. Suddenly from the corner, Tai Da, who was smoking, spoke up. The world favors beauty. The beautiful will be liked. Even at the end times can live a little longer. He inhaled, then exhaled, white smoke filling vision. Pham Lan frowned and grumbled. What time is it that you still smoke? Kai Da replied nonchalantly. Life is miserable and short. Life is overnight. In this life, I only have this little hobby left. Take a puff. Even if I die tomorrow, it's worth it. Then he introduced himself. Hi, my name is Cao Kai Da, previously a lawyer. Pham Lan's brows twitched, his face full of puzzlement. Cao Kai Da, careless. Then he crossed his arms disdainfully, looking at the other. Indeed, you did not name yourself poorly. Even thought of hiding in the sand pool. Aren't you afraid of being stomped to death by zombies? He was not to be outdone, leisurely retorting with aristocratic tone. You are indeed as your name. If not stunned, you would not be electrocuted into a roast duck. This made Pham Lan furious and rushed forward. You, Thien Loi, immediately spoke to mediate. All right, stop making noise. Now the most important thing is unity. Suddenly the iron door flung open. Light shone into the room. Dozens of eyes immediately turned to stare at that direction. Engi Hung hummed a few casual notes and strolled in. Hum hum hum. Then he opened his eyes, disdainfully looked around. Yo, all here huh? Engi Hung rubbed his chin, smug and arrogant. You idiots, cigarettes and wine. What's better than girls? Sigh. That one is really slutty. Haven't felt this comfortable in a long time." Hearing these words, the two of them were also left speechless. Suddenly Engi Hung was attracted by someone. He stepped up to Hong and Gaiet, adopting a vulgar tone, "Yo beauty." He shoved his hand into his pocket and pressed close to her. "Following a man clinging to a skirt like this won't survive the next round. Better let me protect you." Hong and Gaiet looked at Engi Hung with contempt. "Protect me? By relying on you?" He sneered confidently. "Of course, look at these people." Every word he said made those around even more furious. Cowardly, brute, sickly. Next time playing there might not be anyone left. Do you really want to depend on them? Then he stepped forward, holding out his hand to appear strong. "The best fighters here are you and me. As long as the two of us join forces, we can definitely survive until the end." Engi Hung leaned close to Hong and Gaiet's ear, his words full of obscenity. "I am brave and strong enough to make you happy." She frowned, replied expressionlessly, "Really that capable?" Thinking the fish had entered the net, he hurriedly pressed forward. "If you don't believe, just try now." Immediately Engi Hung was kicked straight in the groin by Hong and Gaiet, screaming shrilly, "Ah!" He collapsed to his knees, clutching his lower body, mouth constantly shouting, "Pain, pain, pain." She sneered, looking down disdainfully. "That's all you have, brave and strong." Then Hong and Gaiet smiled, glanced at Thien Loi, skirt-chasing man. "This one is much harder than you." The comparison made him irritated. Skirt-chasing man. Engi Hung, struggling through pain, looked up, gritting his teeth in hatred. "You bitch." Ignoring the torment in his mind, he raised his fist and lunged forward. "Refusing a toast to drink a forfeit. Watch how I deal with you." But after a few steps he was blocked by Thien Loi standing in front. Seeing that, Engi Hung clenched his teeth and shouted irritably, "What, a frail half-dead weakling like you still wants to wave hands and legs at me?" He ignored his rambling, only coldly asked, "Earlier, you killed someone, didn't you?" Hearing this Engi Hung froze, stunned and confused. He frowned and stepped back, denying, "What nonsense are you talking?" Seeing that, Pham Lan spoke up. "On the training ground you pushed the person beside you to the zombies to protect yourself." Then he turned his gaze to Tiu Dong and added, "Even this child was almost caught by you." Kai Da immediately fanned the smoldering fire. "Even I, careless as I am, would not do such a thing. You are too cold-blooded." Feeling himself in a disadvantageous position, Engi Hung turned to shout defensively, "At that time who could care about anyone? If it were you, you would have done the same." Hearing that, Thien Loi immediately used his own logic against him, "Which means next time we can also use you as a shield." His words made Engi Hung startled and stepped back. Taking this chance, Hong and Gaiet coldly suggested, "A rotten worm like this will only make us more dangerous if left alive. Might as well eliminate him now." He shuddered involuntarily, stumbling back against the wall. "What are you trying to do? Do you want to kill me?" Thien Loi calmly replied, "Like you said, in such a situation protecting oneself is still more important." Meanwhile Kai Da adjusted his glasses, his expression utterly professional. "I know 100 ways to silence a person, guaranteed without a sound. Those masked men will not notice." Their words terrified Engi Hung. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, "These bastards, they're serious." He glanced toward Kai Da. "These weaklings are easy." But looked toward Pham Lan cautiously. "The important ones are that woman and the big guy." Engi Hung quickly realized the completely unfavorable situation. Against those two he could not win, let alone 1 against 2. He clenched his teeth, decided to take a step back. "Damn it." Then he changed his expression, forcing a crooked smile. "Don't be like that. We are all on the same boat. We should fight against the outside together, share one enemy." Engi Hung's mind quickly spun, making up an excuse. "My girlfriend was terrified. Otherwise why would I act like that? Normally I wouldn't even step on an ant." Seeing him lower himself, Thien Loi did not press further, only warned coldly, "If you don't want to die then stay far away. Don't provoke us." He immediately nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I got it." Engi Hung left bitterly. "Brat, you think you're great, just wait." The air turned silent. Pham Lan glanced at Kai Da curiously. Were you really going to kill him? Seeing his clueless face, he immediately mocked. You're still not truly insane. Then he explained, we are all toys of Zeus. Do you think those outside will let us reduce our numbers? Thien Loi added as well, saying that earlier was to scare him, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Then he fell silent. His tone became serious. There are 3 days until the next round. We must find a way to escape before then. Saying that, he turned to ask the others in the room, you all have been here longer. Is there any way? Bao Kuang shook his head. No, Zeus monitors us very strictly. Normally we eat, drink, and relieve ourselves here. Not even a chance to get some air. Only during the games can we go outside. Shen Duong fearfully added, before there were also people who tried to escape during the game. The result. Then he looked down at the iron ring on his ankle and sighed. Moreover, there's also this thing. Even if we dodge bullets and escape the field, as long as those masked people move a finger, our lives are still in their hands. Hearing that, Kaida nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Even the big guy was electrocuted, burned outside and soft inside. If it were someone else, they might have died on the spot. The reality made Pham Lan frown angrily, grinding his teeth. Are you kidding? I don't believe there's no way to deal with this piece of junk toy. He sat down heavily, using strength to try to pry the thing off his leg. Let me break it. Seeing that, Tiu Dong hurriedly ran over shouting to stop. Brother Pham, no, if you forcefully remove it, it will explode. His words made Pham Lan freeze, eyes widening in disbelief. Tiu Dong hurriedly explained his actions. Earlier there was an uncle who took advantage of the masked man's inattention, secretly picked up a piece of steel, and tried to pry open the electric collar. His voice trembled as he recalled the memory. The result was not only him, but also the 3 people around were blown to death. Hearing that, Hong and Gaiet calmly analyzed. It seems that although this thing is small, it is very sophisticated. Surely the inside is filled with high explosive. Just touching it could blow up and kill an elephant. Pham Lan understood and quickly stopped, frowning angrily. That damn fat pig, really thoughtful. In the tense situation, Thien Loi hurriedly wondered, could it be there is no other way? Seeing that, Tiu Dong bent down, something caught his eye. This electric collar? Pham Lan asked curiously. What is it? After digging through his memory for a while, he suddenly exclaimed, I know it. It belongs to number 96. Thien Loi found the name strange and immediately asked back, number 96. Tiu Dong immediately explained, it's the sister who was captured here 3 weeks ago. She loved beauty very much. Said that even if she died she had to be beautiful. So after finishing the first round she asked Zeus for makeup. Bao Kuang nodded. I remember now, she was a great beauty. While Pham Duong added with pity, such a shame. Because she was too beautiful she was noticed by Zeus, tortured to death. Then Tiu Dong carefully observed every detail and described the features. I remember when she painted her nails, she accidentally got some nail polish on her ankle ring. He pointed at the small red stain on the collar, his voice certain, this red dot, it can't be wrong. Hearing that, Pham Lan hurriedly looked down, confused. But why is her collar on my leg? Pham Duong immediately gave his guess. Could it be these collars are reused? Kai Da also added another possibility. Maybe the explosives are hot-selling items. They definitely wouldn't throw them away after one use. Those words made Thien Loi fall into deep thought. Then he turned to ask another question. Do you know what happens to the corpses after each game ends? After thinking for a while, Pham Duong replied, usually they will check once. Those known to be mutated will be locked up with zombies. Those whose heads were blown off are worthless. To save space, they will be dragged to the large warehouse on the east side to burn. Bao Kuang then asked curiously, why do you ask that? Thien Loi confidently stated his reasoning. If they can be removed from a corpse, then there must be a way to detach them without explosion. Once we know that, it will be easy to handle. Hearing that, Pham Lan quickly lifted his spirits. That means we are saved. But life is not that easy. Engi Hung's voice broke the illusion of hope. I advise you not to dream anymore. He leaned against the wall, looking arrogantly at the people talking noisily. You can't even get out of this room, yet you still want to escape. Better save your strength and think about how to survive the next game." Seeing him interrupt, Fam Lan frowned and snapped irritably. "Murderer, who let you talk?" Kaida quickly interrupted in agreement. "But this is indeed a problem. How can we slip out?" At this point Hong and Guide spoke up. "You can't, but I can." Thien Loi was visibly surprised. "You?" Fam Lan asked in disbelief. "What do you plan to do?" Kaida eagerly spoke first. "Could it be a beauty trap?" Hearing that, Hong and Guide just shook her head and spoke disdainfully. "Such a low tactic. I wouldn't stoop that low." Then she turned and walked toward the tightly closed iron door. After that she banged on it loudly, shouting urgently, "Someone, open the door, I want to use the toilet." Hearing that, Fam Lan was speechless. "Isn't this even lower?" Kaida spoke up to stop this embarrassing act. "Useless. Only an idiot would care about such an excuse." Unexpectedly, right after those words, someone really came. Ngo Kin opened the door and questioned briefly, "What is it?" Hong and Gaiet did not hesitate to answer, "I want to use the toilet." Following the light of the night seeping through the gap, he immediately denied, "There is a urinal inside." Hearing that, she shouted angrily, "What kind of joke is this? I'm the only woman here. There's not even a piece of cloth to cover. Do you want me to go in front of all these men?" Being yelled at, Ngo Kin fell silent, speechless. Seeing that, Hong and Gaiet took advantage and went on. "Anyway, if I lose the game I'll die. Compared to this humiliation I'd rather die early." Finishing her words, she thrust her hand out aggressively, her mouth still threatening. "Aren't you the one with the gun? Shoot me, kill me." At this point Ngo Kin had no choice but to yield. "Stop, stop." He sighed deeply. "Wait a moment." A few minutes later, the large iron door opened. The moonlight shone into the room. Ngo Kin and another man stepped inside, ordering Hong and Gaiet, "Come out." Fam Lan watched in shock, speechless. It worked. She actually did it. Thien Loi remained silent and frowned. Then he hurriedly ran toward Hong and Gaiet, and suddenly spoke, "Fuong Tu Din." Hearing him call her name, she froze and turned her head. The two looked into each other's eyes in silence. Suddenly Thien Loi broke the moment with a reminder, "Be careful." The warm words on his cold face made Hong and Gaiet's cheeks blush slightly. She smiled with satisfaction. "Don't worry, I still have to come back to take your life." Then she turned and left with Ngo Kin's men. Thien Loi stood still, silently watching the figure fade away behind the slowly closing door. In a blink, it was already midnight. The full moon hung bright overhead. Moonlight shone through the glass window, illuminating the empty hallway. Ngo Kin stood guard outside the restroom, losing patience, and shouted, "Finished yet? Why does going to the toilet take so long?" Hearing that, Hong and Gaiet snapped back from inside. "Almost done. What are you rushing for?" He sensed something suspicious and hurriedly threatened, "I will count to 3. If you don't come out, I will go in." After saying that, Ngo Kin began to count. 1, 2. Before he could say 3, from inside the restroom came Hong and Gaiet's scream. Without thinking, he broke the door and rushed in. The restroom was empty, silent without a sound. Ngo Kin carefully raised his gun and checked each stall one by one. Reaching the last locked door, he put his finger on the trigger, ready to shoot. Unable to wait any longer, he shouted loudly, "Come out!" When there was no response, Ngo Kin boldly reached out and opened the door. He yanked it aside at the fastest speed. When he saw the empty space, confusion appeared on his face. Suddenly, Hong and Gaiet rushed out of nowhere unexpectedly. Ngo Kin only had time to recognize her presence before being kicked straight in the face. Hong and Gaiet's leg strength was strong enough that even a burly man like him was knocked to the ground. Ngo Kin was completely unconscious, lying flat on the restroom floor. Seeing that, Hong and Gaiet stepped forward and removed his mask, pretending to be mysterious. "Let's see who you are." The face under the cover made her pause for a moment in disbelief. So young. Therefore she decided not to kill him but stood up to leave. "For letting me out, I'll spare your life. But from now on remember, never enter the women's restroom at will." The moon still shone brightly through the buildings. Hong and Gaiet quietly ran close to the wall, slipping through to avoid watchful eyes. She hid behind a corner, secretly peeking. In front of her was the scene of Lu Mao and his subordinates handling the corpses. He calmly took out a button and pressed it skillfully. The lock on the ankle of the dead person opened accordingly. The subordinates quickly gathered the collars. Hong and Guyot immediately identified her target. That's it. It seemed similar to the activation device, also operated through electronic sensing, and could only unlock within a limited range. She quietly backed away, secretly estimating the strength of the subordinates. Judging by that young man's appearance, these masked people are just ordinary humans. As long as I'm not restrained by the electric collar, defeating them would be as easy as turning my hand. After collecting enough collars, Vuong Nin stepped forward to report a total of 86 people, all completed recycling. Hearing that, Lu Mao immediately ordered, "Burn the corpses." 2 men responded loudly in unison, "Yes." Then they took containers and poured gasoline over the piled corpses. A fire burst up, burning everything. After finishing the job, Lu Mao's group turned and left. Seeing that, Hong and Guyot stayed silent, quietly following. He went into his private office equipped with advanced facilities. Then he carefully opened a safe. A digital password panel appeared on the safe. Lu Mao without hesitation entered the code skillfully. Beeping sounds echoed with each number pressed. Through the reflection of the glass, Hong and Guyot observed the entire password sequence. She stood pressed against the wall, extending her hand slightly, letting the moonlight illuminate the image inside. The safe opened. Inside were many empty compartments. Lu Mao quickly placed the collars and controller inside. Then he gently closed the door carefully. After that he closed the office door and left. Footsteps echoed down the quiet hallway and gradually faded away. When she was sure he was gone, Hong and Guyot cautiously peeked from behind the wall. She carefully advanced. Her destination was the room containing the controller. Hong and Guyot pushed the large wooden door and stepped inside. Then she moved to the hidden door. Without hesitation pushed the left leaf open. Then she nimbly pressed the code again as she had peeked before. A beep sounded. The safe slowly opened. Hong and Guyot sneered triumphantly, certain this time would be a good haul. But when she threw the safe door wide open, she was completely stunned when the inside was empty. Suddenly Lu Mao's voice unexpectedly sounded from behind. "What are you looking for?" He led a group of fully armed men, strolling forward. Seeing everything exposed, Hong and Guyot became silent. "When did you discover me?" Lu Mao looked up and observed her for a moment, then leisurely answered, "You are very smart, knowing how to use reflections to peek. But sadly you didn't pay attention to one problem." He continued to explain the situation at that time. "According to the principles of optics, if you can see me from your angle, then I can also see you." Hearing that, Hong and Guyot could only frown, inwardly reproaching her carelessness. "Damn, I didn't expect this guy to be so vigilant." Realizing she was weak, she bluntly expressed, "So how do you want to deal with me?" Lu Mao answered without hesitation, "Zeus wants to see you." A huge question mark appeared on Hong and Guyot's face, overwhelmed by confusion. They moved to a luxurious bedroom with a large bed. Lu Mao slightly bowed, saluted, and then announced, "Lord Zeus, the person has been brought." On the sofa, Zeus sat looking down, sneering vilely. Not in the bedroom at night, running outside. Truly a little wild cat, not knowing how to behave. Hong and Guyot did not want to deal with this type. Immediately went straight to the point. "Do you want to kill me?" Hearing that made him grin even wider. "Hee. A beauty like you who committed a mistake, even the gods would forgive. I decide to give you one more chance." Zeus's expression was now no different than a pervert, directly stating his purpose. "As long as you make me happy, I will not only forgive you, but also make you my harem, keep you by my side from now on. No need to join the game anymore. What do you think?" These vile words left Hong and Guyot speechless, showing clear disgust. "Harem, that damn fat pig, not only is he mentally ill, but also thinks himself an emperor." Then she calmed down and thought very carefully. "But this is also an opportunity. Can use him to get the key." After that, with brilliant improvisation, She immediately changed her expression, put on a flattering tone. I am very willing to serve Lord Zeus, but Hong Engait slightly tucked her hair, acting shy and timid. Here, there are other people looking. People would be embarrassed. Seeing her obedient like that, Zeus thought he had hooked a good catch and agreed without doubt. Hehe. The little wild cat even knows shame. He immediately ordered, "You can go out now." Lu Mao heard and bowed in compliance. Understood. He walked past Hong Engait, then slowed down, not forgetting to throw her a meaningful glare. She, however, showed no change of face, still standing upright like planted there. The men then also withdrew from the room, leaving only Hong Engait. The large wooden door slammed shut as the last backs disappeared from view. At that time, Zeus slowly rose from the sofa, his vile tone no longer restrained. I knew you would definitely agree. Then he handed Hong Engait a pair of handcuffs and ordered, tie your hands to the bed. She reluctantly accepted the cuffs, pressing her lips and staring at them. Then Hong Engait softly flattered, so Lord Zeus likes this game. Zeus, still thinking he had the upper hand, sneered with lust, like the stubborn, untamable nature of your little wild cat. Before the claws are smooth, better be careful a bit. Hong Engait was a little surprised to hear that. Looks like he is not a brainless guy either. Then she complied, tying her two hands to the two sides of the headboard. Hong Engait's body, full-chested and slim-waisted, lay straight on the mattress. Not elaborate but extremely alluring. The lecherous Zeus, of course, could not stand it, his hands continuously rubbing together while his mouth drooled. He stuck his tongue out of his mouth, lunging forward with a disgusting look. Little beauty, here I come. Hong Engait saw the good opportunity, gritted her teeth and thrust her body forward. As quick as lightning, her knee drove straight into Zeus' groin. He received a fatal blow, his eyes bulging, screaming in pain. Ah! At that moment Hong Engait also ripped off the chain on her hands. Immediately she delivered another blow straight to Zeus' nape. The chain was also tightened around his neck. Hong Engait held the chain tightly in both hands, her expression full of disgust toward him. You damn fat pig, like to play games, huh? Today I will change the rules for you. Under the pressure of the chain on his neck, he struggled and tried to whisper, no, please, don't kill me. Whatever you want, I will agree. Hong Engait immediately made a demand, hand over the key to the electric ring. Zeus gritted his teeth and choked out promises. All right, I will give it to you. He groped under the pillow and continued to bait. Now I will. Just as he pulled out the hot piece, Zeus suddenly screamed and handed it to her. Hong Engait in a careless moment took a bullet. She collapsed backward without uttering a sound. Lu Mao, hearing the gunshot, threw the door open regardless of everything. Lord Zeus. He looked at the scene trembling and asked what happened. Zeus did not answer the question but snarled and cursed. That rotten woman thought I would have no preparation. He raised the weapon again, intending to wipe Hong Engait off the map. Dared to strangle me, I will kill you. Lu Mao hurriedly restrained the guilty arm with all his courage, but this action caused Zeus' eyes to flash with dangerous light. He patiently investigated before making a redundant move. What are you doing? Lu Mao cautiously spoke to analyze loss and gain. This girl has only been here one day, cannot know about the key. There must be someone inside helping her. Zeus digested the information, then nodded in agreement. Makes sense. He immediately ordered the remaining armed men in the room to take everyone to the training ground. Pham Lan here anxiously wondered how things were with Miss Fuang. Tiu Dong could not hide his restlessness. So long and still not back. Nothing has happened right. He widened his eyes and turned the issue to the man beside him. Brother Triu, are you not worried? Thien Loi kept an indifferent, vague expression to reassure. Rest assured, it will be fine. Though his words were tough, inside he was in turmoil. With Hong Engait's skill, as long as not detected, dealing with one or two masked men would not be a problem. But why did he feel so uneasy? At that moment Dai Roman 6 appeared at the door shouting out, everyone go outside. The Thien Loi group all froze. But being at the weaker side, they had to trudge along with the order. They quickly assembled in orderly rows on the stadium. Zeus, standing high, immediately began his psychological manipulation. Beloved fighters, you are those abandoned at the end times, outside every day chased by zombies, hiding here and there, living like ants. It is I who brought you to the land of gods, gave you shelter, restored your value and meaning of survival. You should be grateful, but today a traitor appears. The floodlights suddenly flashed on by his command. At the moment the light poured out, the image of Hong and Gait suspended and swinging struck the whole field. Thien Loi and Tiu Dong by habit blurted out, "Fuong Tu Din, Sister Fuong." Pleased with this reaction, Zeus continued to accuse, "This girl wants to escape the land of gods, a heinous crime, unforgivable." It turned out his punishment was to release zombies right at the victim's feet. They flailed wildly and kept screeching with hunger. Zeus showed all the procedures and finally entered his main purpose. "I know among you there are still her accomplices. Whoever you are, step forward." The crowd blinked and scanned their neighbors. Thien Loi tried to maintain calm, but could not stop his brows from twisting. He stared at the limp figure of Hong and Gaiet. The hatred felt like it could make him bite through his teeth. Kai Ye at the moment placed a hand on a comrade's shoulder to calm him down. "Do not get excited. Even if you step forward now, you cannot save her." The result, not as expected, made Zeus gradually lose patience, none confessing. "Then tonight we'll add another game." He raised his index and randomly pointed at the people below. "Count the soldiers, point the generals, pair by pair. See who are my good soldiers." Zeus shouted general, then stopped at a dim figure in the bunch. As soon as he finished, the unlucky one was served a boxed meal after a loud gunshot. Thien Loi and Tiu Dong simultaneously widened their eyes and opened their mouths. This spectacle made Zeus smile with satisfaction. While everyone was still stunned, a weak-willed man tried to run screaming, "Do not kill me." But after only a few steps he was lined up to be sold as salt. Even at death there remained a trace of bewilderment. Seeing this, everyone inhaled a cold breath. Zeus seized the moment to temper iron while hot. "If you still do not confess, all those here and this girl will die because of you. Zeus looked down at the panicked quail flock and casually asked, "Who is next?" Engi Hung could not wait any longer and rushed out, pointing straight at Thien Loi. "It is him. Him and that girl are a gang." Not stopping there, he also dragged Pham Lan and Kai beside him. These two participated too. Suddenly accused, the unlucky couple refuted in unison. "You bastard, this lie is too stupid. We are all traitors, only you are pure, who can vouch for you." Engi Hung nimbly turned to the life and death ruler and promised, "Lord Zeus, please believe me, what I say is true." At that moment Tiu Dong suddenly moved. He calmly confessed to the astonishment of the crowd, "Lord Zeus, please do not kill anyone. The person you want is me." Engi Hung was left speechless. Thien Loi's emotions were no better. Zeus choked for a long moment before spitting out the meaningless question, "You? A child like you, how dare you be so bold?" Tiu Dong, without preparation, poured out everything he held inside. "Although I am young, I have been here the longest. I told Sister Fuong that the nail polish on the electric ring left by the previous person suggested a way to open it, so she sneaked out to find the key. If you want to punish someone, punish me." This indifferent attitude made Zeus even hotter-tempered. "Very good. If you dared betray me, then you should be enlightened. Now, in the name of the ruler of the land of gods, I sentence you to death." The thugs under his command immediately closed in and restrained Tiu Dong. Thien Loi, despite suspicion, rushed at him yelling, "Tiu Dong!" Zeus impatiently added an order, "Arrest them." The underlings obediently pinned them to the ground decisively. Tiu Dong was escorted to the torture cage. Waiting for him were bloodthirsty zombies bearing fangs and claws. Pham Lan shouted in despair and outrage, "Are you still human? Release him. He is still a child." Even now Tiu Dong calmly reassured them. "Brother Triu, Brother Pham, thank you all. Being alive until today is already very lucky. Up until now others have protected me. I also want to do something for others. Today, if it were not for Brother Triu and Sister Fuong, I would have been eaten by zombies. So, I will return this life to her." Thien Loi reached out as if to pull him back, but his response was helplessness. Tiu Dong was torn apart by the zombies. Thien Loi painfully squeezed his eyes shut. Even Engi Hung, who started it all, turned pale with fear. Zeus gathered all reactions into his eyes and quickly soothed the situation. If traitors have been punished, today's matter is considered forgiven. But to make you remember this lesson, appropriate punishment is also mandatory. He paused a bit, then added an instruction. Before the next game starts, do not give them water or food. Lu Mao obediently said yes. Zeus shifted his attention to Hong Engait and proposed a bold idea. As for this girl, dying like that would be too easy for her. I have thought of an interesting idea. This brazenness made Pham Lan tremble with anger. He shoved away those holding him. Then he rushed forward, determinedly willing to risk his blood this time. I will gamble with you. Zeus, who had been smirking, had to clamp his mouth shut. He did not say much and quietly pressed a button. Kaya used all his strength to prevent his friend from becoming a moth to the flame. Calm down a bit. Your old sickness is acting up again, right? Still want to be electrocuted? Pham Lan lost reason and turned to bite wildly at his captors. Get away, you coward. Don't you care? If you can't protect women and children, then what kind of man are you? I want to die together with him. While struggling, Thien Loi poured a bucket of cold water. Cao Kai was right. He was stunned, speechless. Even you. He adjusted his calm attitude to analyze loss and gain. Tiu Dong will not die in vain, but we also cannot sacrifice meaninglessly. Revenge must be taken. People must be saved, but not now. The two roosters understood some parts and fell silent. The armed men kept their guns raised. Pham Lan fell into a dilemma and had no choice but to compromise. Release me. Before leaving, Thien Loi looked deep into Zeus's eyes. He calmly let him examine his face. Unaware that in his heart he had already made a decision. Zeus, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. After a night of terror, they returned to the familiar room. The soldiers aimed their rifles to threaten them. Get inside. Pham Lan darted his eyes around as if plotting something. Engi Hung sensed danger and immediately looked up. The subordinates of Zeus were about to leave when they were suddenly called back. Boss, wait a second. Kaida raised both hands, showing the most harmless expression possible. Don't be so tense, I just want to say one thing. If I remember correctly, Lord Zeus said food supplies will be cut tomorrow, right? So tonight's dinner will. Dai Roman 6 pressed his gun against the talkative man to warn him. Where did you get so many words? Get inside. His heart jumped to his throat, and he stammered to ease the tension. Don't shoot. Amid the chaos, Kai Da reached his hand to feel for the door. After Dai Roman 6 left, he let out a sigh but still stubbornly muttered, if you don't give it, then fine. Why so fierce? Finally, the room returned to its usual silence. Pham Lan could not help but spit in disgust at his friend. At a time like this, you still think about eating. Are you even human? Kai Da threw away his meek mask and provoked confidently. Uncomfortable? Then don't go out. Thien Loi was startled and confirmed. You have a way to get out. He responded with a super confident smile. Only then did they notice a thin piece of paper fluttering in the door gap. Pham Lan curiously asked, what is this? Kai Da excitedly shared the secret. Before, I once helped a thief with a lawsuit and learned his skill. Stick adhesive tape on both sides of the keyhole. Pull it. The lock latch will retract inward. You can open the door without a key. Pham Lan caught the important keyword and asked, where did you get the tape? He did not answer but raised his cigarette pack. Kai Da leisurely took one and put it in his mouth. That alone enlightened Thien Loi, the seal paper of the cigarette pack. So you wanted cigarettes to get the tape. No wonder you are a lawyer, such a smart mind. Pham Lan froze and praised. The path of crime and illegality you really understand well. Kai Da's veins bulged as he roared. Do you all compliment people like that? He puffed a cigarette and reminded them. But this method I have never tried. I don't know if it will work. Thien Loi seriously scribbled briefly. Only one way to know. Try. He carefully pulled the tape. At times he even forgot to breathe. The tape carrying their hope slowly moved bit by bit. When the air was about to freeze, a click suddenly sounded. Thien Loi's group shouted together, opened. Ingi Hung raised his brows, noticing the noise outside. Seizing the chance, he approached without delay. Brothers, take me with you, please. Kai-da coldly retorted with a deadly line. Take you and let you expose us. Ingi Hung cringed and tried to justify his betrayal earlier. No, not like that. I did that out of helplessness. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I don't want to die here. Thien Loi crushed this pity act on the spot. You don't want to die? Then did Tiu Dong want to die? The question struck him like lightning. Pham Lan gritted his teeth and cursed. Scum, trash. I regret not punching you to death. Kai-da added mockingly. You have wife and kids yet still want pretty girls. If they knew, they wouldn't want you back. Ingi Hung shrugged, turning shameless and threatening. Let's talk calmly. If I shout now, none of you can go. Besides, don't you want to save that girl? I know where she is. Kai-da immediately countered. Don't listen to him. He is always with us. How could he know? Pham Lan chimed in without missing a beat. Right? He just wants to trick us into taking him out. Cornered, Ingi Hung panicked. I'm not lying. Before, when I went to collect the reward, I saw it. Right behind the main teaching building there is a small one. All of Zeus's girls are there. Thien Loi silently moved closer. He locked his icy gaze on him. Inside, Kai-da suddenly felt doubtful. What is this? Why does this rookie suddenly have such aura? Ingi Hung cautiously pleaded again. Try you. For the sake of the information I gave, take me with you. Thien Loi suddenly placed his hand on his shoulder. Then softly said one word. Fine. Ingi Hung jumped up happily, shouting, Thank you, Tha. Before finishing, he was choked by a neck lock. He opened his mouth wide, trying to gulp in air, but a few seconds later his head tilted limply to the side. The cold, decisive act froze Pham Lan and Kai-da on the spot. Before their eyes, Thien Loi calmly released his hand and let the body fall to the ground. Ingi Hung just went to meet his end right in front of the remaining 3 people. After making his move, Thien Loi clutched his protesting stomach. Kai-da spoke up worriedly, Are you all right? And he forced himself to answer briefly. It's fine, I just used too much strength earlier. It affected an old wound. Even now, Pham Lan still couldn't believe what was happening. You really killed him. Thien Loi said firmly and seriously. Mercy toward the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Some people cannot be given a third chance. This is the truth I have realized. On the other side, inside the luxurious presidential suite, the group of beauties were acting coyly and demanding. Lord Zeus, didn't you say there was delicious food? What is it? Don't hide it anymore. We are all hungry. He grinned lasciviously and teased, Already hungry so soon? Could it be I didn't feed you enough earlier? Xiaomai shyly called out. Lord Zeus, hugging one on the left and holding another on the right, made him laugh loudly in delight. Zeus excitedly ordered Liu Mao, who was waiting outside, to serve the food. The heavy doors swung wide open. The subordinates struggled to push in a long table completely covered with a cloth. Liu Mao quickly lifted the covering layer away. Hong Ngait, restrained, was lying there with sashimi covering her body. If her mouth hadn't been gagged, she would have surely cursed the 18 generations of Zeus's ancestors. The raw food was neatly arranged from top to bottom, just enough to cover what needed to be covered. Quan Nhu covered her mouth in shock. This is... Zeus licked his lips and shared his joy with his harem. It's been so long since I had sashimi. Today, I'll let you all enjoy it. The meat today is very fresh. Quan Du spoke honestly. The color doesn't look like fish meat. Hai Bang immediately lectured the sisters. Fool, in this world where would you find fish? Dong Trite agreed. Even frozen goods from before couldn't be eaten anymore. Xiaomai smiled brightly with curiosity. Lord Zeus, what kind of meat is this? Beef or lamb? He turned back and gave a chillingly meaningful smile. Don't ask too much. If you knew, you wouldn't dare eat it. Then Zeus swiftly picked up a piece of red meat with his chopsticks. He carefully dipped it into a bowl of special sauce. He generously offered the first bite to Xiaomai. Here, my beauty. The piece hadn't even gone down her throat, and she already felt like revolting inside. The smell of blood was too strong. Yet Zeus cheerfully asked for her opinion. How does it taste? And Xiaomai could only awkwardly flatter. Good, very good. Hong and Gaiet watched this disgusting scene helplessly. Outside the building, the moon had already risen high. Zeus's soldiers were still diligently patrolling around. At that moment, a figure charged straight toward their guns without fear of death. They rushed forward and shouted loudly, "Who's there?" Kaida used every bit of his strength to lure them into the forest. The pursuers quickly recognized him. It's number 5. Why is he outside? One of the soldiers smartly raised his gun and threatened, "Stop, run again and I'll shoot." Kaida flinched in fright and immediately raised both hands pleading, "Don't shoot." The atmosphere suddenly tightened like a drawn string. Even in such a tense moment, he began reciting the law: unlawful detention of personal freedom, deprivation of another's rights, punishable by up to 3 years imprisonment. Using violence, coercion, or drugs to intimidate and restrain another person, punishable by 5 to 10 years. After finishing, Kaida tilted his head and grinned, "Murder is punishable by death." It turned out the other two had long been lying in ambush and jumped down to trap them. Thien Loi kicked down an unlucky soldier. Pham Lan rammed his shoulder straight into the other's throat. Kaida gleefully raised his fist and shouted KO, praising his teammates. After successfully taking down the guards, Pham Lan began searching through their clothes. Unfortunately, he found nothing useful. They had nothing on them, which made Kaida even more certain of his assumption. It seemed only the leader could control the electric ring. With no other choice, Thien Loi took off his shirt, silently planning another strategy. He advised his 2 seniors to act separately. "And Cao and Pham, we will split up here." Pham Lan froze for a few seconds before asking in surprise, "Split up? Aren't we going in together?" Thien Loi calmly explained the reason. "There are traps everywhere here, and there must be even more inside the building. It's unnecessary for everyone to take the same risk." Kaida anxiously tried to stop him. "That won't do. You're still injured. Going alone is too dangerous." But he calmly analyzed the pros and cons. "That man will soon realize we've escaped. He will dig 3 feet into the ground to find us. Going alone will actually make me a smaller target." Before leaving, Thien Loi carefully instructed, "After you both get out, head toward Du Chao, go to base number 6. Tell them what happened here. The commander there is my friend. He'll send people to rescue us." Time is precious. He immediately took action. "See you again." The 2 still reminded him anxiously, "Triu, be careful." Inside the base, the air was extremely quiet. Thien Loi tiptoed carefully along the corridor. Suddenly his body froze. He was startled to discover the young man ahead was Liu Mao. Truly, our protagonist's luck couldn't be worse. Just sneaking in, and he already ran into a big shot. Unlucky. Why him again? Thien Loi tried to act natural to deceive the other. But things weren't that easy. Suddenly the man's voice sounded, "Stop." Liu Mao slowly turned around and ordered, "Come here." Thien Loi lowered his head obediently. He walked forward cautiously, trying to stay calm inside. The man said nothing, just stared straight at him. Thien Loi was so tense that he could only stand frozen in place. His hand clenched tightly, ready for anything. At that moment Liu Mao leisurely pointed downward. "Your shoe." Thien Loi looked down in confusion. Only then did he notice that his right shoelace had come loose. He awkwardly bent down to tie it immediately. "Thank you, leader." The man fell silent again, his thoughts unreadable. Then Liu Mao spoke. "You." Suddenly, a soldier came running in a panic, interrupting their conversation. "Report, number 46 has been killed. The other 3 escaped." Because of the seriousness of the situation, Liu Mao had to act quickly. "Go." After he left, Thien Loi finally dared to let out a breath. Phew, that was close, almost got caught. He continued deeper into the base, until he saw 2 soldiers carrying something. The shape of the covered tray was easy to guess. When they got closer, he finally saw it clearly, a food tray. Who are they bringing food to? Thien Loi quickly followed them quietly. Seeing the 2 enter another room, he carefully listened. Inside, there were sobbing sounds, the crying of a woman. He gently pushed the door open to investigate. Fuong Tu Din. Then he looked around the room. Inside were many freezers. In the corner, someone was crouching and trembling. The woman's figure looked very familiar. Thien Loi softly called out to confirm, Fuong Tu Dan. She timidly looked up, her eyes full of fear. Recognizing who she was, he couldn't help recalling the past. It's that girl. She panicked and instinctively backed away. Don't kill me. Thien Loi immediately cut her off and ordered, don't scream. He deliberately removed his disguise to reassure her, I'm not one of the masked ones. Tu Dan relaxed slightly at that. It's you. She instantly clasped her hands together, begging, please save me. I don't want to die here. Thien Loi frowned reluctantly. Save you. He stood up decisively and questioned coldly, when you were with Zeus watching the show, weren't you having fun, even betting on which of us would die? And now you want me to save you. Tu Dan threw away all pride, pitifully explaining, I didn't want to, but if I didn't do it, Zeus would kill me. Tu Dan began to recount her tragic past. We are just like everyone else, all brought here. Each time a new person is captured, Zeus will choose a beautiful girl to serve. If she does not obey, she will be tormented in many ways until she is subdued. But even if obedient, once he tires of her, he will discard her quickly. Since I was taken by that number 46, Zeus has not touched me anymore. Then I was locked up here. Thien Loi half believed and half doubted as he looked straight at her to confirm, are you telling the truth? Tu Dan nodded repeatedly, it is true. To prove it, she was willing to raise her foot to reveal the shackle on her ankle. If you do not believe, see for yourself. The evidence was clear and Thien Loi composed himself. So where are the other girls? Earlier I saw those people bringing food. It could not be portions for one person. The question unintentionally stirred fear in her. Those meals, were they not given to me to eat? She trembled and pointed at the freezer in front of them. Yes. He looked blankly in that direction, a big question mark forming in his head. Thien Loi slowly stepped forward, then carefully opened the lid. Suddenly something disgusting appeared that shocked him. At the same time in the nearby lavish room, the chopsticks that had been picking up meat were slowly moving. Zeus excitedly ordered Tu Mai, taste it. This is awful, the most refined parts of the animal body. She was very frightened, so she obediently opened her mouth. He then deliberately let the chopsticks fall to embarrass her. Immediately he glared at Tu Mai for no reason. She panicked and knelt instinctively. Sorry, Lord Zeus, I did not mean it. He frowned slightly, sighed once, then spoke cryptically. Such good meat must not be wasted. Pick it up with your mouth. Tu Mai forced a smile and obeyed at once. Yes, yes. She hurriedly stood and moved close to Hong and Gaiet. She used her tongue to lick the other woman's body. Hong and Gaiet, though unwilling, was bound tightly, so she had to endure the humiliation. Zeus drooled, his face showing obvious enjoyment at this obscene scene. The reaction is not bad. He could not bear it any longer and opened his foul mouth to grab Hong and Gaiet. It seems the meat at this spot is very good. I will taste it too. Fortunately, Lu Mao unexpectedly intervened in time and helped her escape the ordeal. Lord Zeus interrupted at the climax. He angrily shouted, Did I not say do not disturb me while I eat? He reluctantly whispered the whole sequence of events just now. Zeus clicked his tongue in anger. What? Back inside the freezer room, Thien Loi was truly stunned by the horrific sight. This is... Tu Dan, though still crying, tried to calm herself. She stammered out the disgusting story. Zeus loves to eat sashimi, and after the apocalypse there is no fish meat to be found. He said there is a type of meat very similar to fish meat. After hearing the whole story, he shuddered. This pervert. As she continued to tell, the more Tu Dan shook like a leaf. Zeus is very strict in his choices. He only picks the parts he finds most delicate, and uses the other meat to make meals for us in his harem. At first I did not know. Later, once when he was drunk, he told me. Then I realized the things we had been eating were those things. Please, take me away from here. I really never did anything wrong. I just did not dare resist. I do not want to be like them. Thien Loi did not agree immediately but set a condition. I can take you away, but you must help me with one thing first. Do you know where the other girls are locked up? Seeing his intent to rescue her, Tu Dan sobbed for joy. I know. I will lead you. Bad luck brought the target back to the place he had been slandered. Where are you going? Zeus and his loyal dogs were blocking the door. Thien Loi froze for a few seconds, thinking his disguise had been good. When did a gap appear? He glanced at Lu Mao, who seemed to have realized the reason. He frowned slightly and guessed that perhaps earlier he had been recognized. The man curled his lip in questioning, his attitude full of displeasure. You want to run away too? Tu Dan was terrified and could not answer. Zeus sighed in disgust. They are all disobedient things. Indeed, it is better to deal with them in time. He flushed with anger and immediately ordered the soldiers, kill them. Zeus with murderous intent ordered, kill them. Unexpectedly, the muzzles did not aim at Thien Loi, but pointed straight at his head. Zeus flinched and turned. Pham Lan immediately threatened, stand still. Lu Mao was bewildered and had no time to understand the situation. Pham Lan quickly seized the moment and struck him hard on the nape. Lu Mao collapsed to the floor and fainted on the spot. Then Pham Lan removed his mask, gleefully taunting him, electrician addict. Huh, take that. Seeing the enemy surrounded, Kai Da also stopped pretending and took off his disguise. Suddenly comrades appeared and Thien Loi gaped in astonishment. Brother Pham, Brother Cao. Pham Lan explained in a mocking proud tone. Miss Fuong was captured because of everyone. How could I let you be the only hero? Kai Da chimed in. Always wearing that ankle ring. Even afraid of getting shocked when showering. Du Chao is too far. I can't stand it. Better to finish this and then go together. Seeing the two still joking eased him a little. In the gilded harem room, the sisters whispered anxiously. Lord Zeus left in such a hurry. Did something happen? Seems someone escaped. While they were distracted, Hong and Gaiet was secretly plotting. She frowned slightly to assess the surroundings. Luckily on the right was Zeus's dining set from earlier that had not been cleared, with all the knives, forks, and spoons. Taking advantage of no one noticing, Hong and Gaiet stealthily grabbed the cutlery. In her heart she prayed her hand was long enough. Hearing the rustle, the girls turned around. Seeing Hong and Gaiet struggling on the table, Quan Nhu hesitated and said, Sorry, although we sympathize with you, we cannot release you. Hai Bang added, Otherwise we will not survive. Hong and Gaiet glared at them. The three surely did not notice she was hiding a knife behind her arm. Suddenly Hong and Gaiet sprang up and slashed once, leaving everyone stunned. Everyone panicked and backed away. Now she assumed a domineering tone. It's fine, let me do it myself. The other girls, too frightened, fled, abandoning sisterhood. Hong and Gaiet decided to keep them in the room and quickly threw objects to intimidate. Her perfect accuracy terrified Hai Bang and Dong Trite. She glared and warned, Keep running, as long as you are slower than the knife and fork in my hand. Knowing she was outmatched, they raised their hands in surrender. No, we will not run. After calming down, Hong and Gaiet ordered, Bring me clothes. Hai Bang hurried off to fetch them. Yes, yes. Soon Thien Loi and Pham Lan arrived to assist. Fuong Tu Din, we came to save you. She startled and turned to see who had come. Seeing Hong and Gaiet in those clothes was so alluring they blushed with embarrassment. She angrily shouted, Slam the door, get out. Although the teammates were slapped into deformed faces, Kai Da still felt regret. If only we had gone in earlier. I saw nothing. What a big miss. Pham Lan naively asked, So now the stupid one is you. He sighed about life, peonies withered yet still elegant in death. Even as a ghost I can still appreciate. Sore legs are worth it. Suddenly Hong and Gaiet stepped out. She snorted and demanded, What did you want to see? Taken by surprise, Kai Da nervously denied everything. No, nothing. Finally Thien Loi intervened to reconcile. Ahem, stop talking about this. Focus on the task. Zeus and Lu Mao were tied up, yet still arrogant. He sternly demanded, Hand over the key. Now he cowardly pushed responsibility to his comrades. The key is not with me, since our position was exposed before it was handed to Zeus. Of course Pham Lan hardly believed the crafty schemer. Think carefully before answering. Your answer decides which of your legs I break first. Kai Da cleverly cracked his knuckles eager. If you do not want to taste my iron fist, you better answer honestly. Suddenly Zeus burst into laughter for no reason. Ha ha. Seeing his ally grin made Lu Mao bewildered. Kai Da's face twisted. Truly puzzled by his odd behavior. What are you laughing at? Are you frightened, silly? Now he explained arrogantly. There is something you still do not know. This ankle ring not only delivers shocks, it also has a distance sensor. If you leave the school beyond 100 meters, it will explode. Hearing this, the group was utterly shocked. This fat bastard is cunning. Zeus went on at length about his seemingly perfect plan. Even if you ration the food here, it will only last 20 days. If I die, you will never get the key. You will starve within a month. Thinking himself dominant, he boastfully taunted, "Do not think you can beat me. If you dare attack me, I will bite my tongue and kill myself." Looking at the scum before him, Thien Loi wanted nothing more than to chop him up on the spot. That bastard. Zeus deliberately stretched a smile to his ears, arrogantly taunting, "You useless fools dare to fight me. Before the apocalypse, I was the 5th strongest CEO in the country. Hundreds of thousands of employees, from low rank to high management, were played by me like dogs, relying on losers like you. You dare to resist me. Let me tell you one more thing. The water system here is also rigged with explosives. Every time you draw water, you must enter a password. If wrong, it will explode. Once the water is cut off, no one can live more than 5 days, and only I know the password." Boasting to this point, Zeus laughed proudly and wildly. "So I am the god here. Ha ha ha." Hong Ngayat burst out in fury and cursed bluntly, "Damn fat pig." Though furious, Thien Loi had to admit, unexpected how thorough his thinking was. Zeus, growing even more arrogant, believed himself superior. "Now you know who wins, right? If you do not want to die, kneel and beg me. Maybe I will reconsider, give you a chance." He foolishly thought Thien Loi would not dare to gamble. "Of course you can also kill me, but after a few days you will all die with me." Pham Lan gritted his teeth, warning teammates, "Do not believe him. Who are you scaring? I do not believe he dares to die." Kai Da thought that if cornered, the prey would fight back fiercely. What he said might be true. He seriously analyzed the criminal psychology. "I have met many rich people like this. They have never suffered, cannot endure hardship. If pushed hard, he really will commit suicide." Thien Loi pondered how to deal with it. "If we cannot remove the electric ring, returning to base number 6, the technicians there could find a way. But now we cannot leave this place." He helplessly stared at Zeus. "Really nothing we can do to him, damn it." Suddenly Hong Ngayat spoke, breaking the heavy silence. "Bite your tongue to die. Fine then." She slowly stepped up to him, face full of killing intent. "But before that, I still have a debt to settle with you." Hong Ngayat forced Zeus's mouth open. He trembled in fear and stammered, "What do you want to do?" Hong Ngayat's cold eyes glared as she spoke chillingly, "Sashimi tastes good, right?" Then she took out iron pliers, preparing an extremely interesting torture. She decisively yanked out his first front tooth. The pain came too suddenly. Zeus cried and begged in panic. Pham Lan and Kai Da were just as shocked. They never expected such cruelty from this woman. He knelt on the floor, groaning in pain. Yet Hong Ngayat remained indifferent. "Hurts, does it? A bullet through the body hurts much more." She violently pulled out more teeth. "And this disgusting face of yours, mouth full of stench." Losing control, she spat words of rage, "Almost spat on me earlier. Thinking about it makes me sick." Finally Zeus had nothing left but bleeding gums. At that moment Hong Ngayat curved her lips in satisfaction. "Hef, good reaction." She slowly bent down, using a demonic tone to threaten. "Want to continue? Pull out all teeth. I will erase you from my sight. Cut your nose, then sever your tendons, throw you into a pit of filth. Let maggots crawl all over you every day. You still will not die." He, now obedient like a dog, begged in terror, "No, spare me. I will give you the key." After everything was handled, Pham Lan admitted in admiration, "The most vicious thing is still a woman's heart." Kai Da completely agreed. "That is why you must never offend women. Though Thien Loi only watched from outside, the scene just now was truly horrifying. Compared to this, previous tortures were nothing. What exactly happened to this woman in X? Suddenly Hong and Guy turned around and threatened, "You too. If you do not tell me that secret, you are next." Hearing that he startled, she still has not forgotten. Outside the room everything remained neat as if no battle had occurred. Zeus led them to the place where the key was hidden. He stammered to the group, "There is a hidden button on the wall." Pham Lan stepped forward to check whether Zeus was telling the truth or not. Thien Loi quickly stopped him. "Wait." For safety he ordered Zeus to do it himself. "This one is cunning. There could be traps. Let him do it." Immediately the ropes were untied. Thien Loi firmly commanded, "Go." He obeyed without resistance. Sure enough, inside the wall was a hidden compartment containing the key. As soon as she saw it, Hong and Gaiet confirmed, "That's it." Zeus lowered his head, sadly defending himself. "I really did not lie to you." Thien Loi kept a cold mind, ignoring the pathetic look of the man. "Throw the key here." He obediently held it. Suddenly his eyes widened in fear. Then a huge explosion erupted before anyone could react. The wind roared. Thien Loi and Hong and Gaiet hurriedly shielded themselves. After the blast, the black smoke was still thick. Zeus's heavy body lay flat on the floor. The sudden event left Thien Loi dumbfounded. What happened? A familiar figure and voice suddenly appeared. "No wonder you were the one I chose. You made this game more interesting." Everyone turned their heads in shock. Turns out the real final boss was not him but Tiu Dong. Tiu Dong gently greeted, "Brother Triu, Sister Fuong, we meet again." Pham Lan, though surprised, was a little delighted. "Tiu Dong, you are not dead. That is great." Seeing him about to step forward, Kai Da hurriedly stopped him. "Idiot, can you not see? That is not the Tiu Dong we know." With fairly logical reasoning, he carefully observed Tiu Dong from head to toe. Thien Loi frowned slightly, his tone extremely cautious. "Who exactly are you?" No sooner had he spoken than, from nowhere, an entire troop rushed in and surrounded them. Once the prey was fully encircled, Tiu Dong slowly began to speak. "Let me introduce myself." He smiled mysteriously yet sweetly. "I am the national lord of God Zeus." Kai Da and Pham Lan were utterly stunned. Though equally shocked, Hong and Gaiet stayed far calmer than the others. Only Thien Loi seemed to have guessed this beforehand. Pham Lan's face showed disbelief. He stammered, "Why?" Looking down at Zeus lying flat on the ground, he asked in confusion, "You are Zeus. Then who is that?" Tiu Dong calmly explained to everyone, "He is just like you, a character in my game. I originally chose him because his appearance suited the image of a villain best. But recently he seemed to have become too immersed, even forgetting his true identity, beginning to do things beyond limits. As an important boss, it would not be good if a bug appeared, so I used your hands to remove him." Thien Loi, who had guessed part of it, now only confirmed, "So you deliberately gave us hints, lured us to find the key, then let Fuong Tu Din get captured, faked your death. Everything was planned by you." Tiu Dong calmly admitted, "That is right. Actually, the plan should have been slightly different. The original scenario was that the boy's death would completely ignite the anger of his teammates, and in the next round of the game, they would kill Zeus and avenge him. I had already prepared the entire plan, so everyone could step onto the stage smoothly. Unexpectedly, you all acted so fast, even better than I expected." When he finished explaining, Hong and Gaiet asked in confusion, "If you only wanted to enjoy the game, you could have stayed behind and watched. Why pretend to be captured?" Kai Da also questioned logically, "Zombies would not care who you are. Are you not afraid of dying?" Faced with their pressing questions, Tiu Dong remained indifferent, because he arrogantly revealed his twisted interest. Compared to sitting and watching, of course personally joining is more fun. Then he changed the topic. "Do you all know DJDS?" Naturally, the naive Pham Lan had no idea. What is that?" Thien Loi quickly explained, "I know, it is a world-level e-sport competition. Participants come from all over the world, all are top e-sport players under 30. Their IQ is over 150. After countless competitions, those who reach the finals are geniuses among geniuses. The prize money is huge. When I was still a student, I once registered to participate. Hearing that, Hong and Gaiet grew curious. Did you reach the finals? Embarrassed, he avoided her gaze, not even the training camp. In contrast to Thien Loi's awkwardness, Tiu Dong proudly bragged. When I was 9, I already won the championship. Everyone froze for several seconds. The room fell silent. But for Tiu Dong, it was nothing impressive. I have been smarter than others since I was little, so I often did not fit in with classmates. They did not play with me. I found them stupid. In this boring world, only games interested me. But after winning the championship the 3rd time, even that excitement disappeared. No matter how good a game is, it is still designed by humans. Once you understand the rules, clearing it is no problem. There is no challenge at all. At this point, Tiu Dong intentionally glanced at everyone with hidden meaning. So I began to think, what if those characters were real people? He excitedly shared his desire. Until the apocalypse happened, my wish came true. I used the identity of Lu Tiu Dong to assimilate them. On one hand, I could grasp the plot and pacing. On the other hand, there were countless uncontrollable changes. From the closest distance I could face death, watch people struggle between life and death, their hesitation, their choices, their inner battles and limits as humans. Such pleasure, how could simply watching from behind a screen compare? Learning his true nature, Kai Da got goosebumps all over. I never thought you were this twisted. Thien Loi sternly questioned, so your illness was fake? Just to use everyone's kindness and earn their sympathy and trust? Unable to stand this monster anymore, Hong and Gaiet angrily blamed, the person who risked their life to protect you? How pitiful. In the end, they did not even know why they died. Hearing that, Tiu Dong hastily defended himself. I am not completely heartless, just like you. I wrote them a special storyline. His excuse was so absurd that Thien Loi lost patience, speaking coldly in warning. Unforgivable. Seeing Thien Loi scolding him like that, Tiu Dong began to get angry. What kind of expression is that? Tiu Dong calmly shrugged, showing innocence. Could it be that everyone wants to kill me? I am still a child. Thien Loi frowned in displeasure and deliberately made a sarcastic remark. Some children are children, some children are devils. Immediately, he ordered his teammates, go together. In response to the old teammate's harsh reaction, Tiu Dong slightly curved his lips into a sinister smile. Before they could reach Tiu Dong, they were deliberately electrocuted. Thien Loi was so shocked that he stammered, unable to form a sentence. Why? Soon after, affected by the electric current, they all collapsed on the floor. Then Tiu Dong looked down from above and slowly revealed, foolish, something this important. Did you think there was only one? A moment later, someone in the group woke up from their trance, and the thing in front looked like a cage. Hong and Gaiet used all her strength to drag her tired body up. When her mind was still hazy, she mumbled due to discomfort, too dark. Because there was no light, she immediately turned on alert mode. Where is this? Where are Thien Loi and the others? Suddenly from behind came a rather familiar voice. Damn zombie wants to eat me. Pham Lan was punching wildly. See me break your teeth. Kai Da frowned and shouted loudly. Look carefully, will you? It is me. Thien Loi reminded the two noisy guys. Everyone calm down. This is surely the trick of Lu Tiu Dong. He calmly analyzed the current tricky situation. He did not kill us but locked us here. He wants to see our panicked faces. As soon as he finished speaking, the curtain suddenly opened. By reflex, Hong and Gaiet quickly shielded her eyes to adapt. It turned out that the four of them were locked inside a huge iron frame. They were extremely astonished, seemingly unable to believe what was happening. Tiu Dong sat arrogantly in the center of the grandstand, leisurely announcing, everyone, welcome to the new game. Tiu Dong actually wanted to send the whole group to hell as soon as possible. So far, you all are the group that brought me the most surprises. As a reward, I have prepared a gift. Tiu Dong pointed solemnly to the west, introducing. That is the final monster. Pham Lan and Kai Da looked blankly to the left. A construction truck was lifting something mysterious. It was lowered slowly. Inside the container something slimy was moving. It violently threw the box away, making the two of them jump. Thien Loi looked up in shock. It suddenly stretched out several tentacles as if preparing to attack. Then it repeatedly slammed against the iron frame, making them struggle to keep their balance. The two young men screamed in horror. Mutated octopus. Tiu Dong rested his chin on his hand, calmly watching the good show. As everyone can see, in the middle of the cage there is a pistol. Everyone has 30 seconds. Whoever gets the gun and shoots the other 3 dead will become the winner. When the time runs out, if there are still 2 or more people, the mutated octopus will fall down. The rule of this game is, only 1 person survives. Start the timer. Kaida angrily refused to accept that absurd rule. So cruel. I would rather the thing above be a zombie. Pham Lan optimistically thought the thing above could still be dealt with. At worst, we just risk it. A pistol with 6 bullets. I do not believe it cannot be killed. Hong and Gaiet immediately refuted that stupid statement. Useless. The slime on that monster's body cannot even be stopped by a machine gun. A small pistol like this will only scratch it. After only a few minutes he angrily accused, "Are you trying to take the chance to steal it and kill us?" Pham Lan frankly denied. "Am I that kind of person?" Kai Da still doubted. Not sure. Being suspected by his teammate, he exploded emotionally. "What did you say?" Those two argued at every little thing and Thien Loi always had to step in to stop them. "Calm down. He wants us to slaughter each other. Do not fall into the trap." Tiu Dong sat cross-legged, relaxedly, feeling more and more excited. It really developed just as he predicted. Humans are like that. When facing a common enemy, they automatically unite, each with their own strengths, showing their advantages, often creating amazing results, defeating enemies much stronger than themselves. But when having to choose between themselves and their teammates, everything changes. Even if they can keep their limits at first, under mutual suspicion, relationships, no matter how strong, will waver. In the end, before the fear of death, all trust, morality, and feelings will collapse, leaving only the bare desire for survival of a beast. Tiu Dong happily guessed who would be the first to betray, who will take the first step. The wisdom bearer, the only girl in the team, the strength bearer, or who? Truly something to look forward to. But Tiu Dong did not notice that behind him there was a gaze staring at him. Lu Mao slightly frowned as if plotting something. In a situation where everything hung by a thread, Hong and Gaiet turned to her teammates to discuss. "Now we have no weapons, except for Dog Kai Da. The 3 of us are all injured. If it falls, there will be no chance of winning. What should we do?" Thien Loi did not pay attention, lost in thought. This scene feels so familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere before. Seeing him distracted, she tried to call out, "Hey, talk to me. Sitting still waiting to die is not your style." Thien Loi continued to ignore her. Suddenly, he remembered a piece of memory. "I remember now. This is the classic game of DJDS. Though a few details differ, overall it is the same. If I remember correctly, the condition to pass the level is..." Time was almost up. Tiu Dong slightly raised the corner of his mouth and generously reminded, 5 seconds left. With little time remaining, Kai Da began to worry deeply. 4. Pham Lan stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do. 3. Although quick-witted, Hong and Gaiet found it very difficult to think of a plan in this impossible situation. 2. Suddenly Thien Loi shouted loudly to stop everyone from acting rashly. "Do not listen to him. I have played this game before, as long as no one grabs that gun." Perhaps because of panic, Kai Da's feet moved faster than his brain. 1. At that impulsive act, Pham Lan and Hong and Gaiet were completely stunned, unable to react in time. He stood facing the 3 of them with a hot weapon in his hand. On the platform above, Tiu Dong suddenly stood up in excitement, worthy of being the intelligent one, always a step ahead. Thinking he had been betrayed, Pham Lan shouted in despair, "Dog, are you crazy?" In fact, Kai Da would rather die than be tortured. Compared to being eaten by that monster, I just want to die comfortably. Then he decisively pointed the gun at his head, to everyone's astonishment. Thien Loi panicked and shouted to stop him, "Brother Dog." Kaida, with tears in his eyes, said goodbye to his teammates. Sorry everyone. Yet when he pulled the trigger, not a single bullet pierced his head. Tiu Dong clapped his hands in delight. Ha ha ha, congratulations everyone. You have passed the friendship test. Realizing it was just a trap, Kaida gasped in relief. At that moment Thien Loi explained more clearly. As I thought, I was not mistaken. This is the game that tests human nature. Betrayal is the trigger. If anyone shoots another person, the mutated monster above will fall, resulting in total annihilation. Hong and Gaiet became furious. Why did you not say so earlier? He stammered to explain. I just remembered. Kaida slowly relaxed his body after the tense moment. Scared me to death. Seeing such a display of camaraderie, Tiu Dong's expression turned cold as he reminded. Too bad. The choices are only to stand firm or to betray. Suicide is not allowed. Rules cannot be changed. The cage door opened, and he arrogantly declared, Then take your punishment. The octopus fell freely down. They hurried to dodge. It swung its tentacles and grabbed the four of them. Hong and Gaiet immediately kicked away the foul-smelling, slimy tentacle. Disgusting thing. Get off. Despite the dire situation, Kaida and Pham Lan still had the mood to joke. Oh, mighty queen. Suddenly the octopus stopped attacking. Thien Loi seemed to notice something unusual and shouted, Careful. His warning came too late. It spat dirty ink straight at Hong and Gaiet, who could not react in time. Then only a terrified scream echoed. The octopus took the chance to launch its tentacles and grab them. First target. Second target. In the end, the whole group was hung upside down. On the platform, Tiu Dong leisurely opened a bottle of water to enjoy. He laughed cheerfully and toasted, It has been so long since I played something this fun, worth popping a drink to celebrate. Then he drank it all in one go, the cool taste clearly on his tongue. Tiu Dong took a deep breath and sighed. Ah, refreshing. He slowly turned his eyes toward the struggling prey. It should end soon. Losing interest in them, Tiu Dong turned to ask Lu Mao about the situation. When will the new squad arrive? The man respectfully answered like a subordinate. They are already on the way. Inside the iron cage, Thien Loi struggled to escape from the strange tentacle. Pham Lan exhausted his strength, gritting his teeth, and accepted, about to die. Kaida was not much better. He could hardly breathe. As for Hong and Gaiet, she was in the worst situation. In front of her was the wide, terrifying mouth of the octopus. Falling into a life hanging by a thread, Hong and Gaiet perhaps had accepted to give up. Thien Loi turned his head and looked, his mind extremely panicked. In that moment he began to recall the past. Engo Ban turned into this state all thanks to you. Trin Dao, Deep Tudong, Duongfong, each of them also died because of you. Those poisonous words kept ringing in his ears. Your path to success was bought with fresh blood and the lives of those beside you. Do you not see how unjust it is? Bitter as it was, Thien Loi had to admit the harsh truth. Not like that. Novels are false. Reality is that without power you can do nothing. I was truly stupid, opposing the host identity. It must be because of that the system abandoned me, not wanting to revert to the weak small form easy to be bullied like before. Unable to protect anyone. If you can hear me, please, come back. I need you. System Lord. The protagonist's aura appeared. Tiu Dong curiously asked Father, what is happening? The cage broke down in an instant. Kaida lost all strength and collapsed on the spot. Pham Lan also fainted. The whole octopus body thrashed and gradually lost life. Thien Loi gently set Hong and Gaiet down on the ground, both of them safe and sound. She blinked in surprise and asked, Your body recovered already? He smiled gently to reassure her. Earlier, thank you for taking care of me. Later, you probably will no longer have a chance to use your body on me. Hong and Gaiet looked at him with what seemed like a slight fluctuation. Then she responded affectionately, half reluctant, half accepting. Then that's a pity. Thien Loi put her down and spoke full of concern. You rest, the rest leave to me. Then he straightened his back and confidently challenged the opponent. Now let's count the debts. On the grandstand, Tiu Dong panicked, feeling it unbelievable. He had killed the mutated octopus. How could that be? This was not supposed to be human strength. He stubbornly refused to accept defeat. No matter what you cheated, this is my game. No one can escape my control. Tiu Dong quickly regained his composure and hurriedly ordered the soldiers, "Kill him." No sooner said than the gang rushed in with weapons. Thien Loi remained indifferent in his position and only requested the system change weapon. He raised the machine gun and fired in bursts, a champion machine gun. Although the enemy outnumbered him, they lost in quality. Now no one was worthy to be his opponent. Tiu Dong shouted in astonishment. What? How does he have a gun? Even though Hong and Gaiet stood right behind him, she asked the same. Where did the machine gun come from? In a flash, Thien Loi had changed weapons, superhuman spread. He aimed the grappling line accurately at the nearby wall. Riding the momentum, he jumped and headed straight for the grandstand. Tiu Dong startled and instinctively stepped back to keep distance. Thien Loi showed no mercy and immediately kicked him a crushing blow. Tiu Dong was easily flung, rolling several times. Not satisfied, he planned to rush forward to beat him more. The child lacks education. Thien Loi, furious, poured out all his suffering for himself and his teammates. This game is fun, huh? Addicted to killing, right? Tiu Dong's blood splattered everywhere, but Thien Loi did not intend to stop. Today, I will let you know what pain is. Unexpectedly, while he was under attack, his subordinates reacted very indifferently. Soon Tiu Dong could not bear it and raised his hand to beg. Stop hitting me, I will die. Hearing those words, Thien Loi coldly questioned. So you are also afraid of death? The people you played to death, when they begged you in pain, why did you not spare them? He took the opportunity to snatch the switch. Then he grabbed the opponent's collar and forced out a threat, hand over the key. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make your life worse than death. Despite his body full of wounds, Tiu Dong remained extremely arrogant. There are 3 remote controls. Even if you take this one, it is useless. As long as I give an order, the electric ring will still activate. This time it may be enough current to electrocute everyone to death. He glanced toward Pham Lan and Kai Da with deliberate implication. They came back because of you. Do you want them to die with you? Hearing this, Thien Loi truly showed some hesitation. Seeing his wavering, the boy sneered with contempt. You would not do that, because this is your character design. Ha ha, the script for each of you I have already written. You cannot win. Thien Loi shouted in fury. You? Tiu Dong made a weird provocative face. Or shall we play one more game? He pointed at the soldiers and revealed. The final remote is in the hands of these masked men. If you can guess correctly, then I will let you choose your own way to die. How about that? Suddenly, a stern voice cut in. Enough. Lu Mao spread the key out to negotiate. The key is with me. Do not kill him. I will let you go. I will let... Lu Mao cautiously stepped forward and repeated the offer. Hand him over to me. I will give you the key, so you can leave here. Interrupted. Tiu Dong angrily shouted. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Dare to go against my order? He would not be weak anymore and angrily berated him. I am your father. Thien Loi was stunned, unable to imagine that the person standing before him was Tiu Dong's father. Hong and Gaiet was also very surprised. At this moment, Lu Mao slowly removed his mask. He calmly introduced his identity. My name is Lu Mao, father of Lu Tiu Dong, and also the principal of this college. He honestly expressed deep regret. Tiu Dong becoming like this is all my fault. He began to tell the past, about the process that created that antisocial personality. Since childhood, he was smarter than others, skipped grades in primary and secondary school. At 14, he had already finished university coursework. Friends, relatives, my academic colleagues, all knew my son was a genius. I was always proud of that. His teacher once warned me, although his performance was outstanding, his personality was a bit strange. He had no friends in class, told me to pay more attention. My wife also said she once saw him torture stray cats. But that night, he handed me a very accurate medical report, saying the strays were used for experiments. That report soon won a major specialty award. At that time, I just thought my wife was exaggerating, even mocked her for not understanding genius, until His wife turned into a zombie. Lu Mao painfully hugged her. He cried bitterly while repenting. Wife, I am sorry. Suddenly Tiu Dong walked into the room, voice full of curiosity. Mother turned into a zombie. The unexpected joy made him extremely excited. This zombie is real, not in the game. Oh, Mother really turned into a zombie. Like a true madman, he laughed loudly with excitement. So cool, haha. The more he told it, the more choked Lu Mao became. By the time I realized it, it was too late. Tormented by conscience, he always blamed himself. A father like me is unworthy, could not teach well, could not guide him on the right path. I am the real criminal. After hearing that tragicomic story, Thien Loi showed no pity and interrogated. But then he saw clearly the character of the man, helping the bad one do evil, becoming his accomplice. Fearing misunderstanding, Lu Mao hurriedly explained, I did not want that either. To prove his innocence, he was willing to lift his shirt for inspection. On his neck there indeed was a collar like the accomplices of Thien Loi. It had put sedative in the clean water. Put this on me and my students. Everyone then removed their masks one by one. Trapped, Lu Mao had to grit his teeth and comply with Tiu Dong. The effect is like the ankle rings on everyone. As long as they do not obey orders, they will explode immediately. Now Hong Engait understood. She pondered. No wonder those masked people were so young. They turned out to be students here. Thien Loi turned to sneer at Tiu Dong. Even your biological father you do not spare. You really are crazy. He still kept a disgusting, arrogant attitude. Huh? Lu Mao awkwardly and earnestly begged, I would die for it. But my students, they are still so young, I cannot let them die. To protect them I could only compromise. Clearly an unreasonable excuse, he immediately retorted. So others deserve to die then? He could only helplessly repeat two words, sorry. Of course Lu Mao understood Thien Loi's righteous anger. I know you want revenge, but Tiu Dong really cannot die. The ankle rings can be opened with a key, but the codes for the rings only he knows. If you kill him, these children cannot survive. Now 50 more people are on their way here. Please hand him over to me. I guarantee to release them. Let everyone leave here safely. Until now no one dared disobey Tiu Dong, so he certainly could not accept. Have you said enough? If you do not want to die, do as I say. Do not decide on your own. Seeing the father still foolish, Thien Loi bluntly rebuked him. If he had listened to you, things would not have come to this. Then he glared at him, intending to threaten. To deal with this pervert who does not understand human language, there is only one way. He brought Tiu Dong to the corpse of the mutated octopus. Although he struggled, in terms of strength he was no match for Thien Loi. He decisively shoved his head into its disgusting mouth. You like to play games. After becoming a zombie you can play forever. This is true immersion. Now Tiu Dong truly panicked. No, I do not want to become a zombie. Let me go. Save me. Thien Loi coldly interrogated. Tell me the code, or I will let you taste the virus of the giant squid. Standing on the brink of survival, his attitude became much more docile. I will speak. I will speak. Tiu Dong obediently revealed details on how to disable the collar. The computer has a document folder named ET. Inside is the code to unlock the neck collar. Seeing him comply, Thien Loi nodded with satisfaction. Hearing the answer, the students cheered with joy. Our principal is saved. But Tiu Dong is not so easily subdued. Taking advantage of the moment when no one paid attention, he used all his strength to break free from Thien Loi's restraint. Knowing he could not beat his opponent, he hurriedly pulled at the octopus's teeth. Tiu Dong urgently counterattacked before being recaptured. Want to turn me into a zombie? Then you turn first. Too sudden for Thien Loi to react. The unlucky one who could not touch his opponent was struck by a bullet. Fortunately, Hong Engait had time to pick up the gun and save him. The shot just now pierced the heart, causing Tiu Dong to spit a mouthful of fresh blood. He collapsed in an instant. Lu Mao stared wide-eyed and shouted in panic, Tiu Dong. He hurried over to catch his son, Tiu Dong. Seeing his loved one before him, Tiu Dong trembled in waves and whimpered, Dad, it hurts so much. Save me. I do not want to die. Those words made Lu Mao falter. After a long, low pause, he slowly spoke, Dad will take you. Lu Mao carefully lifted him and reassured him. The pain will pass quickly. The two of them then turned and left together. Hong and Gaiet, who had no intention of letting them go, raised her gun. He still wants to protect him. Thien Loi beside her suddenly reached out and pushed the barrel down. They gathered together and all slowly followed after Lu Mao. The warehouse door was quickly opened. Inside, many metal drums were placed side by side. This made Thien Loi suspicious. Where is this? What are those metal drums for? Another classmate immediately explained, those are fuel drums. This place used to be the school storage, later used by Lu Tiudong to lock up zombies. To prevent zombies from running wild, Lu Tiudong placed many fuel drums outside. Once a zombie runs out, it will explode. Normally, they are used to cremate corpses. Hong and Gaiet marveled at that information. He really thought it through. Thien Loi frowned and nodded in agreement. Lu Tiudong is very clever. With the ability of father and son, they could have helped many people. What a pity. Tiudong was quickly laid down on the cold floor. Lu Mao walked forward with deathly silence. He lightly pressed a nearby switch. Immediately, the rolling door automatically lifted. It made heavy noises. What gradually appeared was the strange figure locked in iron bars. The zombies howled non-stop at the sound. That made Hong and Gaiet and her teammates knit their brows in horror. So many. Thien Loi took in the opponent's movements, raising his vigilance. Lu Mao, what do you intend to do? Despite his severe wounds, Tiudong excitedly interjected. What else but to kill you? Then he laughed madly toward his father. I knew it. How could you let me die? I am your proudest son. Quick, release the zombies, bite them to death. Everything can start over. However, Lu Mao's attitude was extremely calm. Tiudong, the game is over. That made him freeze. He approached the iron bars with a look of regret. Sorry, it is all my fault. Because of my selfishness and cowardice, I am a failed father and a failed principal. As a father, I gave birth to such a monster. Then let me end it all. Please do not blame these children. They are innocent. The group of students mourned. Principal. Lu Mao quickly lit a lighter. Tiudong suddenly realized and immediately showed panic. Both Thien Loi and Hong and Gaiet were stunned. The lighter was then thrown by him. Realizing the danger, he quickly urged his classmates behind him to lie down. Tiudong kept pleading, please no. But the lighter was thrown toward the fuel drums in front. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred immediately. Smoke and dust filled the air. The whole warehouse was soon engulfed in flames. Lu Mao stood amid the blast, his whole body blazing fiercely. Seeing his father draw near, Tiudong shouted with all his might, do not come here. Nevertheless, he walked on calmly without stopping. Tiudong, do not be afraid. If there is a hell, Dad will be with you. Lu Mao quickly hugged his son despite the desperate screams, get out, get out. Before long, only roaring flames and screams remained. After returning, Thien Loi kindly asked, is everyone not going to base number 6 anymore? The others quickly confirmed, yes. Pham Lan frankly expressed, the area around this school is solid, a decent place to hide. So old dog and I want to build this into a survivor reception station. Kaida agreed to go along. Now Lu Mao and his son are gone. These students need someone to stay and help them. Otherwise a second Lu Tiudong will appear. Seeing both so determined, Thien Loi acquiesced. If you have thought it through, I respect your decision. Kaida enthusiastically spoke. Wishing you and Miss Fuong a smooth journey, even Pham Lan promised. When the apocalypse ends, we will surely meet again. The two immediately shook hands, both full of excitement for the future, believing that day will not be far. Just then, Tiu Phi burst in a panic. Brother Triu, something happened. Outside in the yard, others were lying unconscious on the ground with many injuries. Hong and Gaiet watched coldly, which made one of them beg, Sister, spare my life. I was just momentarily stupid. I will not dare again. Those words made her even more murderous. Who calls you sister? The man became terrified. I was wrong. Beauty, please spare me. But facing that weak posture, Hong and Gaiet only gave a mocking smile. I doubt you remember. To make you remember for life. I will help you." With that, she decisively stepped on his groin. The people Thienloy happened to see were stunned beyond expectation. The other girls, when they saw help arrive, cheered, "Brother Triu." They ran to hug him with weak looks. "Brother Triu, we were so scared just now. We almost were." Thienloy could only ask the nearby person in confusion. "What happened?" He explained, astonished and worried. "These people are newly captured survivors earlier. We intended to give them some food and then release them, but they robbed others. We stopped them, then they beat people, and even tried to harass Tu Mai's group." The young man beside also confirmed. Luckily Fuong was here. Otherwise, the girls cried and pleaded. "Brother Triu, please don't leave. Yes, we cannot protect ourselves. Without you, we really don't know what to do." Their state made Thienloy extremely embarrassed. The men who realized the situation immediately begged, "Please everyone, don't drive us away. Outside are all zombies. If we go out we will be done. Let us stay." The crowd looked at each other confused, but the remaining food is not much. If we keep them it will be gone in less than 2 days. Even Famlan could not hide his worry. "We plan to send people out tomorrow to find food, but at least 7 or 8 days are needed." Even Kaida stood silently in a corner, thoughtful. This is hard. All these thorny problems made Thienloy silent for a long time. He turned to instruct the two. "Old dog, Fam, rest assured, I will handle the food." Then he decisively passed judgment. "Throw those ruffians outside." This verdict made them struggle and cry, "No please, I won't do it again." Watching them being dragged away, Thienloy reminded the remaining residents. "The same goes for others. If you want to stay you must follow the rules, otherwise you know the outcome." They, sensing hope, became more joyful and agreed, "Certainly, thank you everyone." Before long, night covered everything. Hong and Gaiet in the dark complained non-stop. "Men are all the same." A few tears moved her. "I am not free for you." She coldly eyed the prey with pleasure. "Earlier it was small movements. When we return to the group, I will let you taste my tricks." Thienloy happened to step out of the room. He walked on ahead without concern. This aroused suspicion in Hong and Gaiet. "So late, where does he want to go?" The two quietly trailed to another building. Looking at the interior arrangement, Hong and Gaiet grew more doubtful. "This is Zeus Giant's residence. Now only those girls are inside. What is he doing here?" She slowly stopped in front of a room. Strange sounds came from inside. "Use strength, go." Those words made Hong and Gaiet blush. The next moment someone kicked open the large door and shouted, "Triu Thienloy, you are shameless." But the angry outburst was met by the confused faces of everyone inside. Pham Lan stared at the door in astonishment for a long time. The situation, not as expected, made Hong and Gaiet awkward. "It's you." But out of curiosity she still asked, "What are you guys doing here?" They honestly explained. "Brother Triu discovered supplies that Lu Tiu Dong had hidden here. Told us to come move them." It's really incomprehensible. The room has no secret compartment. So much rice and noodles. Where was it hidden before? Hong and Gaiet suddenly angrily demanded, "Why are you wearing Triu Thienloy's clothes?" Pham Lan produced a piece of paper with a dazed look. "Brother Triu gave it to me to wear. He said you would come here and told me to bring this." Seeing that, she quickly opened it. Inside was a cheeky smiling face and a farewell note. Suddenly engine noise sounded in the yard. Hong and Gaiet rushed to the window to look down. The vehicle was already racing to the gate. Even before leaving, Thienloy did not forget to wave goodbye. "Farewell, see you again." That teasing posture brought Hong and Gaiet's rage to a peak. "Triu Thienloy wants to escape from me. Not so easy." The sky outside was incredibly blue. The car was speeding along the wide road. Thienloy drove while letting out a relieved sigh. Finally got away from that girl. Just as he was feeling excited, the system impatiently warned him again and again, "You can still laugh. Those supplies were prepared for you, along with the previous evolution fluid. The crystal cores you owe. Even if you kill 1,000 zombies, it won't be enough to pay back." Seeing the other party upset, Thienloy immediately retorted, "Killing zombies normally doesn't yield crystal cores. It's been a long time since I went online. The work must be delayed already. Don't worry, I'll try to pay the debt. I won't trouble you anymore. His teasing attitude made the system suddenly astonished. Such a good attitude, that's not like you. Even Thien Loi showed a nostalgic expression recalling the past, when I was affected by Lu Hoc Duong's words and lost my qualification as a host. During the danger you still came back. After that, I realized how lucky I was. From now on I'll take this responsibility more seriously. The system was stunned for a while after hearing that. Is that what you think? Thien Loi also froze, seeing its surprised reaction. Isn't it? Seeing its host like that. The system quickly explained, no, if refusing had any effect. Didn't you once refuse when you wore the ring? I'm a system without emotions. I won't care about the result. Hearing it justify non-stop, Thien Loi grew suspicious. Then why didn't you answer me for so long? The system slowly replied, that was because you lost too much blood back then. Hearing this, he couldn't hide his shock. Blood. With its mechanical reasoning, it calmly explained, the system and the host communicate through the connection of blood. Once too much blood is lost, the connection will be affected. If it's serious, contact will be lost like before. If the blood runs out, your status as host will end. It reminded him, besides fighting, you must also protect yourself well. Never let the blood bar drop to 0. The matter made Thien Loi grind his teeth in frustration. Then that means, you should have said it from the start. Is there anything else you haven't told me? Say it all at once. Returning to the prosperous big city, Bang and Han, upon hearing the news, asked in surprise, the people who went to base number 5 have returned. Tin Van stood still, explaining the situation. The military people have returned to base, but our people are missing. An Loi, Vu Hin, Duong Fong are also not seen. I went to the military to ask around. The gate guard said Tran Phi and Dong Lak are also not there. There's no record of them going out today. It feels like they are deliberately avoiding me. Hearing this, Bang and Han's tears fell uncontrollably. My premonition was right. Thien Loi is in trouble. Seeing her despair, Tam Duck tried to comfort her. Don't believe rumors. Maybe they're being delayed, or on another mission. But the more excuses she heard, the more Bang and Han doubted. If so, then why hasn't anyone informed us? She was immediately silenced by that logic. The uneasy feeling made her more anxious. Something definitely happened. They don't want us to know. That's why they blocked the news. Thien Loi is dead. Thien Loi is dead. Seeing her losing control, Tam Duck couldn't keep her gentle tone and shouted, calm down. You think I'm not worried? I'm scared too. But we can't cry, because Thien Loi isn't here, so I must be strong. If not, we'll collapse too. If he's in danger, who will help him? Those words struck deep, making Bang and Han freeze. She wiped her tears and suddenly realized, right, since when did I become so weak? Crying over a little thing, how embarrassing. I, Trin Bang and Han, have faced many storms. How could I fall so easily? Tam Duck couldn't hide her joy. That's right, this is the real President Trin. Saying that, Bang and Han turned around. Let's go. That made her friend curious. Go where? Her eyes gleamed with determination as she firmly declared, to the military, if Tran Phi and Dong Lak are avoiding us, then we'll find the commander ourselves. Today we must ask everything clearly. Seeing the two women so determined, Tin Van could only be speechless. Normally they're like water and fire, but in crisis they unite. Women's emotions truly are hard to understand. As soon as they arrived, the two women loudly demanded, we want to see the commander. The noisy persistence made the guards nervous. The commander is busy. Please go back, come later. But those words only made Bang and Han angrier. Then we'll wait here. Tam Duck beside her also firmly insisted. We must see him today. At that tense moment, a cold voice cut in. What's the commotion here? Trung Tone and others appeared sternly. Behind him were Tran Phi and Dong Lak. Seeing familiar faces, Tam Duck showed surprise. Tran Phi and Dong Lak. Only Tin Van looked unsurprised, so they were inside after all. Seeing the people they were looking for, Bang and Han anxiously stepped forward. Commander, I know those who went to base number 5 have returned, but what about Thien Loi's group? Loi Bao, following Trung Tone, immediately reported. They are Trin Bang En Han and Tham Tam Duck, the girls of Triuthine Loy. The man nodded silently. Yes. As soon as he said that, he coldly ordered, "Arrest them." The subordinates behind him rushed forward. Yes, sir. That made the two women even more shocked. In that critical moment, Tin Van suddenly rushed forward. He landed a punch on one's jaw, then kicked another. The men fell to the ground groaning, "Ouch, ouch." After dealing with the small fries, Tin Van looked at Trung Tone with disdain. This one isn't from base number 6. Right, attacking women right away. How rude. Trung Tone, furious at his arrogance, shouted, "Tham Tin Van, stop." Then he gestured to the man behind him, introducing, "This is Commander Loy Bao, sent here under central orders. Miss Trin, Miss Tham, please calm down and listen to me. Triuthine Loy indeed didn't return. He is suspected of colluding with a dark organization, stealing classified documents, and sabotaging base number 5. He is now wanted." The shocking news struck like thunder. The two of them froze and exclaimed in unison, "What?" Bang En Han was extremely anxious and kept questioning. "Chief, you will not believe it, right?" Even Tam Duck kept explaining. "Thien Loy has saved many people, done so many things for the base. How could he collude with the dark organization?" Seeing everyone agitated, Trung Tone hurriedly advised, "Everyone do not be emotional. The investigation is still ongoing. The Central will surely give a fair decision." However, Loy Bao behind was filled with murderous intent. Triuthine Loy left base number 5 without returning, proving he fled in fear of guilt. You people are his closest ones, also suspicious. That one-sided argument made Tam Duck freeze. But Bang En Han on the other hand frowned tightly, showing obvious displeasure. Seeing their frowning faces, Loy Bao secretly regretted that Triugai was also lucky. Two great beauties like this even in the past were stars. He loudly declared, "The scouts discovered Triuthine Loy not long ago appeared with the girl who stole the documents. You all are worried here, but he is already free outside. If you do not want to bear guilt, then be smart. Provide evidence of his crime. Maybe I can let you redeem your sins." Even so, Tam Duck still firmly said, "I believe in Thien Loy." Bang En Han standing beside also agreed, "Right, there must be some misunderstanding. He is innocent." That stubborn attitude made Loy Bao extremely furious. "Fools, stupid. What are you standing there for? Hurry and arrest them." Even though they received the order, the group behind remained strangely silent. It acted like a lever pushing his anger to the peak. "General Truong, the Central ordered you to cooperate with us. Is this how you cooperate?" Hearing his name, Trung Tone slightly darkened his face. "Tran Tin Van, I know you are skilled, but bullets are merciless. Are you confident you can take them away safely?" Those words made Tin Van pause for a long time. Seeing that, he softly compromised, "Do not make it hard for me anymore. Dong Lak, take them to the detention room." He immediately saluted according to regulation. "Yes." Thinking it was over, but Loy Bao suddenly shouted angrily, "These people are key to capturing Triuthine Loy. Lock them in the prison right away. Tonight I want to personally interrogate." In just an instant, Bang En Han's group was taken away. They were brought together into a closed cell. The guards roughly pushed them. "Get in." Dong Lak silently stood before the bars watching his colleagues gradually leave. At this moment, Bang En Han finally could not hold her curiosity. "Dong Lak, what is going on? Why did Thien Loy?" He just gently raised a finger to his lips, signaling, "SHH. I heard that at base number 5 An Loy offended that Loy Bao guy. The chief guessed he must be taking revenge, making up lies to frame An Loy." Tam Duck also became extremely confused. Could the Central really only listen to his side? Dong Lak even showed clear helplessness. The chief said the commander of base number 5 was a good man. Unfortunately, because he abandoned the base, he committed a crime, now also under investigation, unable to prove An Loy's innocence. After finishing, his eyes showed hesitation, looking toward a corner. Then he waved his hand softly, calling, "Come here." The two quickly reached out to exchange. Seeing what was in his palm, she looked even more worried. Dong Lak whispered, Tonight the chief will find a way to stall Loi Bao. Everyone escape through the window. After leaving, go find the Luke brothers. They will help. But that only increased the worry in Bang and Han's heart. But will that not implicate the chief? He hurriedly reassured, do not worry, the chief has his way. The chief trusts An Loi's character, but because of his duty he cannot openly go against Loi Dao. He can only help this much. That special care made Tin Van unconsciously smirk. That old man looks serious, but is actually a sly fox. Thank him for me. The night sky grew late. The moon became brighter. From the prison, the window had been easily removed. The three helped each other escape outside. After getting out, Tin Van spoke with tension. Sister, you two go to the Luke family first. I will come right after. Seeing him leave so quickly, Bang and Han startledly called out, Tin Van. At the same time in the main building. On the dining table were all kinds of delicious dishes. Trung Tone politely introduced, Brigade Commander Loi. This is fine wine aged for 50 years. The whole base has only 3 bottles. If you had not come, I would not have had the heart to drink it. Loi Bao smiled with satisfaction. General Truong, your rank is higher than mine. How could I accept this? Seeing his expression, Trung Tone still maintained a calm attitude with a bit of flattery. A 7th rank official, student of the Prime Minister, and you are from the Central, of course must be well treated. Those flattering words made Loi Bao even happier and laugh loudly. You are too polite, but honestly, who does not like a few drinks? Since the apocalypse began, I have never tasted such good wine. Finishing his words, another glass was emptied. After tasting its essence, he became more excited. Good wine. Trung Tone saw his drunken state and quickly ordered his men, as long as you like it, pour more for Brigade Commander Loi. His subordinate quickly understood, stepped forward pouring while cheering. Brigade Commander Loi has great drinking capacity. Today we must not go home until drunk. Seeing him drink continuously, Trung Tone's heart unconsciously felt bitter. Only pity that his precious wine all had to be given to a dog. Yet Loi Bao still cheered joyfully. Ha ha ha, good wine. Trung Tone smiled outwardly but inwardly prayed, not knowing if these 3 bottles can hold him long enough. Hopefully things go smoothly on Miss Trin's side. In the men's restroom, Loi Bao was inside constantly rambling. Triuthine Loi, so what if you are more powerful? From today you are a rat on the street, with no place to hide. This is the result of offending me. Tonight it will start from your girl. While humming suddenly a voice interrupted. How do you want to start? He still joked casually. Of course press first deal later, or the other way around. Who is talking? As he turned around he saw Tin Van full of killing intent waving to greet Halo toward the side of Bang and Han and Tam Duck. Seeing them return, Luke Hang reassured both. I already know everything. You just wait here. I guarantee your safety. Van Fong sitting beside also affirmed. I do not care what central authority it is. If that guy dares to act, then let him know the power of the Luke family. This special care made Bang and Han unable to hide her gratitude and spoke up. Brother Luke, second brother Luke, thank you, but I do not want to trouble you both more. Could you prepare a car to take us out of the base? Luke Hang looked at her in confusion. You want to go out? Where? Bang and Han with determination frankly admitted, to find Thien Loi. Tam Duck showed deep worry. Now Thien Loi life or death is unclear. We cannot wait. Seeing their determination, Luke Hang became more uneasy. Now there are more and more zombies. Our hunting team has reduced going out. You two are women, how can you survive? I once promised Thien Loi when he is not here I cannot let you take risks. After saying that his body coughed violently again, making Van Fong more worried. Brother, take care of your health. Those words still could not shake Bang and Han. Loi Bao intends to push Thien Loi to death. Now the whole base has received the wanted order. If Thien Loi is on the way back, it will be very dangerous. We must quickly find him. Tam Duck also comforted. Brother Luke, do not worry. Tin Van will protect us. The 2 girls stared and spoke together. Please. Seeing them stubborn, Luke Hang could only sigh. All right. Thien Loi having confidantes like you is truly lucky. Go prepare the car, food, water and daily necessities. Bring as much as you can. Van Fong immediately obeyed. Yes, both Bang En-han and Tam Duck were deeply grateful. Thank you. The late-night sky became quieter and quieter. A car quickly drove toward the gate. As soon as he saw the guards, Van Fong quickly showed his card. We are the Luke family hunting team, going out to find supplies. After checking the information carefully, the guard nodded to confirm. Tin Van sat in the car full of excitement. Only Bang En-han and Tam Duck in the back were strangely silent. The guard quickly shouted to his comrades, "Let them through." Soon the car left. Outside the night wind blew coldly. Before leaving, Van Fong did not forget to say goodbye. Miss Trin, Miss Tham, sorry, I can only escort you this far. Bang En-han gratefully looked up. You could take us out and even prepared many supplies. You have already helped us a lot. In a moment Van Fong showed some sadness. I originally wanted to go with you, but my brother has been unwell recently, and our hunting team still has many people. I cannot leave them unmanaged. Thinking of that, Bang En-han became curious. No wonder Brother Luke looked so pale earlier. What illness does he have? He lowered his head, his voice gloomy. My brother was injured before. After coming back he kept having fevers. The doctor said it has reached his lungs. The anti-inflammatory medicine we found all seem expired. Though the base has researched some drugs, they are for the leaders, not for us. If this continues, I fear. Hearing that, Tin Van also fell silent. He took out a new bottle of medicine. Take this. Van Fong cautiously took it. What is this? Tin Van smiled and explained. It is a special anti-inflammatory medicine researched by Organization X. Vacuum-packed, never expires. Consider it a thank you gift. Looking at the precious item in his hand, his face showed clear joy. Really, thank you. I believe Thien Loi is blessed and will be safe. Bang En-han facing him was full of hope. We also believe we can find him. Before the three left, they did not forget to say goodbye. Brother Luke, see you again. Van Fong warmly waved back. Take care. On the car, Tam Duck finally spoke curiously. Right, Tin Van, where did you go earlier? He smiled uneasily. Nothing, I just went to the restroom. At a certain streetlight corner, the crowd passing by was attracted by the scene before them and stopped. Right under the lamppost, Loi Bao was naked, tied tightly with a paper pasted on his body. Loi Bao of the Central Army, bad morals, heartless, drunk and violent, violated a female dog, unforgivable. Each word was large and clear. A girl among them saw this and loudly added, he is Loi Bao. He was the one who falsely accused Triu Thien Loi and captured Miss Tham and Miss Trin. Thien Loi is a great hero. He would never collude with any underground organization. Everyone agrees, right? Others also shouted in agreement, right? Even a dog he would not spare. Truly a beast, pervert. Such a person cannot be trusted. We must protest. They kept throwing forward while shouting repeatedly, punish him. Humiliated by the crowd too heavily, the buzz-cut man, even though unconscious, was startled awake. Wu Hin was pushed ashore by the sea waves following the current. After a while he gradually regained consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes, a seagull was standing right in front of him. That made Wu Hin frightened and he immediately stepped back. Whoa! Looking at the strange surroundings, he could not hide his suspicion. Where is this place? I remember now, after being hit by a giant scorpion, I fell into the river. Waking up, I found myself drifting out to sea, and then after who knows how long I encountered a storm and the wooden plank sank. This island looks so wild, not like there are people here. I do not know which direction this is, how far from the mainland. I must quickly think of a way to return. At the same time, his stomach began to make embarrassing sounds. Wu Hin stared at his belly in utter helplessness. First, I must eat full. He walked into the forest. The deeper he went, the more he felt something was off. Strange, so many trees but no fruit. But as soon as he heard the gurgling of flowing water, Wu Hin immediately shifted his attention. Water. He pushed through the bushes toward the sound. Before long he saw a cool green lake. He hurried forward in a rush. Then he cupped water with his bare hands and brought it to his mouth. Sensing the familiar taste, Wu Hin cried out excitedly, "It is fresh water." Only when he saw movement in the water did he stop. There are fish in the water. Seconds later he cheered non-stop. Great, solved the food problem too. When he reached the spot, what greeted him was a tasteless patch of green. Looking at what was before him, disappointment crept into Wu Hin's heart. This is seaweed. No sooner had he spoken than Thiat Lan sprang up from beneath the water and startled him greatly. The two of them just looked at each other in bewilderment. She suddenly clutched her chest and screamed, "Oh!" Wu Hin hurriedly covered his face in embarrassment. "Sorry, I saw nothing." The other turned red with shame, then anger. "You bastard!" Thiat Lan chased after him with a weapon, yelling, "Want to run?" which made Wu Hin even more frightened. "I really did not mean to." Even while running he defended himself. "I am sorry, miss." Regardless of what she heard, Thiat Lan grew more threatening. "Sorry, fine, gouge out your eyeballs and then tell me." With danger imminent, Wu Hin immediately kicked her weapon away. He quickly grabbed her hands to stop her and pleaded, "Don't hit anymore, okay? I do not want to hurt you." Anger filled her mind. Thiat Lan ground her teeth in bitterness, trying to take advantage of me. Her foot even took the chance to counterattack. She struck Wu Hin decisively as if it was nothing. "I will deal with you." The sun rose high and shone directly into the forest. The current Wu Hin was pitifully bound. Before him many girls holding tridents stared this way. In the nearby shade 3 people also watched intently. Deep Van looked cold and unblinking. Even Chu Mong watched without turning away for a second. In the center, Limai sat on a chair with a proud air. Seeing this scene, Wu Hin felt furious. Damn it. If not for being too hungry and utterly exhausted, how could I have been captured by girls? Thiat Lan then slowly spoke. "You are the intruder." Wu Hin quietly looked toward them with growing doubt. It seemed this girl was the leader. These people did not look savage. He hoped they could communicate properly and release him. He tried to stay calm and explained, "I am not an intruder. I was swept to this island by the sea. I mean no harm to you." His statement was cut off sharply by Thiat Lan standing beside him. "Village chief do not trust him. Earlier he secretly watched me bathe, even took off his pants." She looked at Wu Hin with an accusing glare full of vigilance. "Besides, this person is well trained, a martial artist, too dangerous, absolutely cannot let him go." Faced with the accusation, he struggled and protested. "No, earlier I wanted to catch fish. I did not know. Moreover, I did not take off my pants." After hearing this, Thiat Lan slowly said, "Fine, I have decided. Regardless of why you came here, this island does not welcome outsiders. I cannot risk the safety of everyone." She pronounced coldly, "Use you as an offering to the island gods." The decree sent Wu Hin into panic. A series of tridents were pointing straight at Wu Hin's face. Just when things were tense, Kahan excitedly ran over. "Look what we caught." It was a wild boar, tied tightly to a tree. This made the others extremely delighted. "It's that big. If we soak the meat, it can last for a long time." Kahan became even more excited and kept telling the story. "This boar was very strong. We couldn't catch it. But in the end, it still fell into An Fong's trap." Hearing his name, Duong Fong grinned proudly. "Back in my hometown, I caught even more than this. These little ones, easy as turning my hand." Seeing a familiar face, Wu Hin shouted in surprise, "Duong Fong." He too could not hide his astonishment. "Wu Hin, why are you here?" After some time, the ropes were finally untied. Looking at his friend, Duong Fong felt extremely relieved. Half a day wasted. Turns out it was all a misunderstanding. Even Kahan softly reminded her sisters, "Kai Thiat Lan, you were too impulsive. You almost wronged a good person." Thiat Lan seemed hesitant, but, seeing things getting tense, she quickly ran to Lai Mai. "Auntie, An Fong helped us so much. Please, for his sake, let his friend stay." Seeing her niece pleading like that, she had no choice but to agree. "Fine, if he's Duong Fong's friend, I can make an exception." But she did not forget to warn. "However, on this island, you must follow the island's rules. Otherwise, I won't be lenient with anyone, understand?" Wu Hin listened in silence. The morning sunlight covered the whole village. On the table, the food was ready. Watching his friend eat in a hurry, Duong Fong warned in alarm, "Eat slowly. This is our territory. You can eat and drink as much as you want." Wu Hin casually ate while asking curiously, "Weren't you captured by the mutant birds? How did you end up on this island?" Mentioning that, Duong Fong sighed deeply. "It's a long story. That day I didn't know how long I had been flying. When I opened my eyes, I saw the sea below. I thought I was done for, then suddenly remembered the dagger in my shoe. Thanks to that, I managed to escape from its claws. My whole body fell into the forest." Duong Fong recalled emotionally, "Kahan saved me and even treated my wounds. To repay her, I taught her hunting techniques, helped them hunt prey. Now everyone on this island treats me like family." Wu Hin was puzzled. "Who is Kahan?" He eagerly introduced, "The girl who came back with me earlier." Then teasingly asked, "Beautiful, right? But after everything," Wu Hin could only sigh helplessly. "Fine." Seeing his comrade safe, he felt relieved. "Didn't expect we both survived and met here. Anne Loy would be so happy knowing you're alive." At the same time, Wu Hin asked, "Right, so when are we going back?" Thinking about it, Duong Fong hesitated. "No need to rush. You haven't recovered yet. Rest a few days. After the meal, I'll show you around the island." The golden sunlight covered the whole island. The two young men walked side by side, constantly looking around. From the girls doing delicate light work, to even the hard labor, it was all them. This made Wu Hin even more surprised. "Strange. Why are they all girls? Aren't there any men on this island?" Duong Fong gazed into the distance thoughtfully. "Kahan said the men thought this place was too poor. The young ones all went out to work. Only the old or weak remained, living off fishing. Once they went to sea and met a storm. All were lost. The young men outside never returned. Now only these girls are left on the island. Moreover, this island hasn't been affected by the apocalypse. They don't even know what zombies are, compared to the outside. This place truly is paradise." While the two were deep in thought, Kahan suddenly ran over anxiously. Anne Fong. Anne Fong." She looked worried and said, "I practiced the moves you taught me, but I can't hit the target. Please take a look." Two other girls also cheerfully ran over. "This is a snack I made, specially for you to taste. Thank you for fixing my table yesterday. This is fruit wine I brewed. Please drink it." "Anne Fong, let's go over there. After you teach Kahan, you have to teach us too." Duong Fong, surrounded by beauty, smiled even more gleefully. Life is truly great. While Wu Hin stood frozen, a hammer swung past. Seeing the person before him, he was startled. "It's you. What are you doing?" Thiat Lan coldly ordered, "Work. Our island doesn't feed the idle. If you want to eat, you must work. Today this whole field is yours. If you don't finish plowing, you'll vomit out everything you ate." Seeing the vast land, Wu Hin was stunned. That much. Meanwhile, Duong Fong was still enjoying wine and chatting with the girls. On the other side, Wu Hin was working hard plowing the soil. Thiat Lan looked at his serious expression, still holding prejudice in her heart. "Don't think that just because the village chief let you stay, everything's fine. I'll be keeping my eyes on you." The sun became more and more intense. The hoe was also thrown away roughly. Wu Hin lay on the ground trying to breathe, tired to death. Seeing his friend's messy appearance, Duong Fong immediately teased, "People in the city are all weak, just doing a little work and already not okay." Hearing that, Wu Hin showed dissatisfaction. "Easy for you to say, you on the left hugging, on the right holding, laughing and talking, ordering me like a buffalo." Duong Fong rolled his eyes in another direction, joking non-stop, "Because I did not peek at a girl bathing." Those words made Wu Hin angry. I already said it was a misunderstanding. No matter how his friend shouted, he just calmly looked at the sky and clouds. But this is the way life should be. Working all day long, lying down and falling asleep. Though tired, there is no need to worry about zombies appearing. Since the apocalypse broke out, it has been a long time since it felt this comfortable. Sitting right next to him, Wu Hin also thought, "Because it is too comfortable, it feels a bit unreal." If that mutant bird could fly here, it is hard to say there will not be more. Maybe it just has not been discovered yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Duong Fong suddenly bared his teeth and stuck out his tongue right beside him, making him freeze. Wu Hin, startled, even shouted loudly, "What are you doing, scaring me like that?" Seeing his friend terrified, he smiled cunningly. "Always keeping yourself so tense, is that not exhausting? In my hometown we worship gods. The old people say 3 feet above your head, there are spirits. Doing many good deeds will bring blessings. The two of us escaped great disaster and met again here. Maybe it is a blessing, a reward from heaven for saving many people in the apocalypse. Instead of worrying endlessly, better enjoy the present moment. As for other things, leave them to the gods." Those words made Wu Hin quiet for a moment. He looked up at the blue sky above and agreed, "That is true. For now let us relax a bit." The evening on the island. Crows filled the whole forest with red glowing eyes. In front of the cave, the women on the island were performing a ritual. They bowed and shouted loudly, "Island God bless us." Limai together with everyone kept praying, "Island God bless us." The animals they hunted also became offerings. After finishing the ceremony, they were carried inside. From inside the cave came strange and eerie sounds for a long time. Limai clearly showed the worry in her heart. The appetite of the island god is becoming heavier. These things can no longer please it. It seems that next time we must prepare more. Kahan slowly pulled down her hood. "I will tell Duong Fong to hunt a bit more." But she still kept a cold demeanor and continued to ask, "That Wu Hin, how is he?" Chu Mong, standing right behind, quickly spoke. "During the day he was made by Thiat Lan to work all day. Now he cannot even crawl anymore." Thiat Lan beside mocked, "No man is any good. Only when tired do they stop thinking." At the same time she frankly reminded the other village chief, "This person has a problem. If we keep him here, he will be a big threat." Hearing that, Kahan tried to persuade, "But from what I see, he is different from Duong Fong. He seems not to want to stay here." Only Limai still kept a gloomy face. "Men who come to this island are all offerings chosen by the island god. No one can leave." That statement made Chu Mong and Thiat Lan fall silent. Both Kahan and the other girls also stayed quiet in agreement. The sky grew darker. While Wu Hin was sound asleep, the room door slightly opened. A thin hand groped its way onto the bed. Then the whole person climbed up. As if sensing something strange, Wu Hin slightly frowned. He slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, a pale face without pupils appeared. Thiat Lan, with a ghostly appearance, held a trident and stabbed toward him, opening her mouth full of teeth and shouting, "What are you sleeping for? Get up and work." Faced with a sudden attack, he could only scream loudly. His whole body fell off the bed. Then he stared in shock. Wu Hin looked outside the window and saw it was already bright, feeling extremely relieved, so it was a dream. But when thinking of the dream last night, he rubbed his forehead tiredly. "That girl, even in dreams she will not spare me." At the same time Chu Mong also opened the door and walked in with breakfast in her hand. "Mr. Wu, you are awake." Seeing the unfamiliar person, Wu Hin could not hide his curiosity. "Who are you?" She looked at him, smiled kindly and introduced, "I am Chu Mong, nurse of the hospital on the island. Yesterday we met already." Chu Mong carried the tray of food and stepped into the room. "Yesterday Thiat Lan misunderstood, but still made you work so much. I am truly sorry. I have prepared breakfast for you." That kindness made Wu Hin sigh softly in his heart. "All are people on the island. Why is the difference so big?" He politely replied, "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole tray poured straight onto him. Chu Mong unexpectedly rushed forward to press Wu Hin down. Under his surprised gaze, Chu Mong slowly sat up. The contact made Wu Hin blush. Not only that, she widened her big round eyes and replied, "And Wu, your face is so red, is it?" At that critical moment, Wu Hin immediately shouted, "Hot, hot, hot." She seemed to realize the problem and trembled. "Sorry, this soup was just cooked. It must be very hot, right?" Chu Mong even took the initiative to pull Vu Heen's shirt up. Take off your clothes quickly. Seeing a bright red mark made her feel even more guilty. Oh no, all red already. She kindly lifted Vu Heen's shirt up. Let me help you blow it. But that only made him stop her even more. No need, I am fine. Seeing this trick didn't work, she quickly changed tactics. And Vu, your body shape is really nice. You must exercise a lot, right? But all she got back was his cold face. Normal. Trying everything but still useless. A glint of malice flashed in Chu Mong's eyes. Damn straight guy, emotionless. Vu Heen finally spoke. Right. Do you know where Duong Fong is? Chu Mong quickly recalled him. Early this morning he went to find Kahan. Hearing that, he put on his shirt and complained, that guy, I wanted to go find the village chief with him to discuss borrowing a boat. Hearing that, she froze. Borrow a boat for what? Vu Heen adjusted his shirt and explained, to return to Du Chao. Chu Mong unconsciously smiled meaningfully. Didn't Duong Fong tell you? Tonight he will marry Kahan, and they will live here forever. Now they are preparing. This shocking information made Vu Heen unable to hide his surprise. Marry? Seeing his interest, Chu Mong eagerly continued. Kahan is really lucky to marry such a talented man like Duong Fong. All the girls on the island like him. But I prefer a mature and steady man like you. And Vu, I heard from Duong Fong that the outside world has been taken over by monsters. Why do you still want to return? Why not stay? I am willing to marry you, give you many children. We can live happily together, isn't that good? Despite her seductive words, Vu Heen remained cold and pushed her away. Sorry, I will not stay here. He ignored her and walked straight out the door. Unaware that behind him, Chu Mong's face revealed murderous intent. The morning sun grew harsher. In the forest, arrows were flying everywhere. Several birds were shot down one after another. Kahan excitedly cheered. Amazing. She looked at the weapon in Duong Fong's hand with curiosity. And Duong Fong, did you stay up all night making this? He proudly confirmed. Yes. This is a folding crossbow, lighter and smaller than a normal bow, can be carried easily, and has a high hit rate. No skill needed, very suitable for girls. Kahan excitedly admired it. Let me try. Whoosh, another arrow vanished into the air. She was puzzled for a moment. Where did it go? Turning around, she saw that Duong Fong was almost hit. Kahan panicked. And Duong Fong, sorry, are you okay? Am I too clumsy? Seeing her so scared, he quickly waved his hand. It's okay, I gave it to you only for protection. Hunting should be done by men. Then he held Kahan's hand tightly and encouraged her. After we get married, I will farm, weave cloth, carry water, water the trees. You just need to stay beautiful like a flower. That made her blush even more. You are so good to me. At that moment, Vu Heen's voice interrupted. Duong Fong. He was standing not far away, staring in this direction. At the seaside. Vu Heen looked into the distance for a while before speaking. Chu Mong said you are about to get married. Seems true. Duong Fong sat on the rock with a sorrowful face. I plan to tell you later. That attitude made Vu Heen angry. Are you serious? An Loi and the others are still risking their lives against zombies, and you want to get married here. But Duong Fong's eyes were filled with exhaustion. Sorry, I am tired. I don't want to live in fear and uncertainty anymore. Vu Heen, stay here too. There are many beautiful women on the island. Choose anyone you want. We can all marry and have children. Live in peace. Isn't that good? Vu Heen closed his eyes, his voice filled with helplessness. Don't be foolish. As long as the virus hasn't disappeared, this world has no paradise. Duong Fong stubbornly stood up and argued. That's just your baseless worry. The virus has spread for years. If it could reach here, it would have already. That attitude made Vu Heen visibly annoyed. You are deceiving yourself. Even if there are no zombies now, sooner or later this island will be affected. Perhaps because of their opposing views. Duong Fong shouted angrily. You say that only because you want me to go back. I know you admire An Loi. You want to go back to help him. But I'm different. I'm just an ordinary man. I don't want to be a hero saving the world. I just want a simple good life. Is that wrong? You keep forcing your thoughts on me. Don't you see how selfish that is? Seeing his friend change like that, Vu Hin's face darkened. Me? Selfish? He turned away coldly. Suit yourself. That made Duong Fong pause for a moment. Not far away, Thiat Lan was silently observing them both. She hid behind a large tree, carefully watching every detail. The morning sunlight from the sun spread across the whole forest. The sound of axes swinging and curses echoed together. Idiot, idiot, I have no brother like you. Vu Hin, full of anger, chopped the wood, favoring women over friends, not valuing friendship. Then he carefully tied the freshly cut logs together. A makeshift raft quickly took shape. When done, Vu Hin clapped his hands, but his face still looked annoyed. Even if you deceive yourself, I will go alone. At that moment, Thiat Lan walked over mockingly. So it turns out not only women, but men who are abandoned are also that miserable. He just gave her a cold glance and replied, You came to mock me. She wore a blank expression and explained, I came to help you. Thiat Lan looked down at the homemade raft and bluntly judged, a raft like this will fall apart in less than 5 minutes at sea. Then she turned and gestured to Vu Hin, I know where there is a boat. If you want to borrow it, follow me. At first, he did not quite believe her, so he just stood there hesitating. A few minutes later, they arrived by the blue beach. Thiat Lan took off a white tarp, revealing the wooden surface of a small boat. She told Vu Hin the story of the lost boat. Since there were no men left on the island, no one went out to sea anymore. All the boats were blown away by the ocean wind. Only this one, because it was too small, was kept ashore for storage. He suspiciously asked again, Why are you helping me? But she only gave a completely unrelated answer, Because I hate you. Thiat Lan crossed her arms looking bored. Men are never good, especially you. You don't even look like a decent person. Actually, all are bad. So after you leave, everyone will be safe. Hearing that, Vu Hin felt even more confused. What have you gone through to have such a heavy prejudice against men? She gave him an annoyed glare. That reaction made Vu Hin nervous, so he hurriedly pushed the boat out to sea. Anyway, thank you. He jumped onto the small boat, trying to keep his balance. He didn't know that behind him, Thiat Lan was smiling cunningly. After going a short distance, seawater suddenly surged up from the bottom of the boat. Vu Hin panicked. What is this? Leaking already? But it was too late. Water kept pouring in endlessly, splashing onto his face. In an instant, both man and boat flipped into the water. Vu Hin quickly surfaced to gasp for air. Beneath him, Thiat Lan quietly held her weapon and approached his position. She raised the trident to eye level, preparing to attack. Feeling the danger approaching, Vu Hin glanced back. At the very moment he was about to be pierced in two by Thiat Lan, he dodged in surprise. Then he swam away, trying to escape. It's you. What are you doing? She still kept a cold face, now with added killing intent. Didn't you want to leave? Let me send you off. Saying that, Thiat Lan continued to thrust the trident toward him. Vu Hin quickly dove underwater to hide. She anxiously looked around for her prey, her expression furious. Just accept your death. Underwater you are no match for me. Thiat Lan immediately dove and swam in his direction. The two struggled fiercely under the water. The man was trying to preserve his life. The woman wanted to stab the man in front of her no matter what. In the middle of their intense fight, suddenly a sea snake swam over from nowhere. It bit into Thiat Lan's thigh. Red blood spread into the blue water. She was in so much pain she could no longer stay rational. Her mind grew dizzy in confusion. What is happening? My body won't listen. Just a few seconds later, Thiat Lan went completely limp and lost consciousness, letting herself drift with the current. Time passed without knowing how long. She slowly woke up, eyes opening. The first thing she saw was Vu Hin bending down, sucking the blood from her thigh. Thiat Lan was terrified. But he calmly spat the poisonous blood to the side. Vu Hin said seriously, Stay still, that snake was venomous. When the treatment was finished, the two of them returned into the forest. Vu Hin rode the blue-haired animal on his back and casually said, I almost sucked out all the poisonous blood already. The venom of that snake is not very strong. It will not be life-threatening to you. Thiat Lan could only bashfully ask, "Why did you save me?" To which he replied nonchalantly, "I do not hold grudges with women." Hearing that she was furious and threatened, "Stop underestimating others." But Vu Hin became more tired and warned, "If you do not want the toxin to spread faster, then do not move." Taking advantage of that, he asked a few more questions. "Where did you learn those moves?" Thiat Lan was still annoyed and snapped back, "Mind your own business." Unexpectedly, she turned 180 degrees later and said, "I learned from TV." Vu Hin immediately sneered. "No wonder, like a grappler and a boxer at the same time. Really messy." Being teased like that made Thiat Lan even angrier. "Very funny. Are you proud? Wait until I recover, I will." He then changed the subject. "Your temperament is hot like cream. Don't tell me I didn't peek at you bathing. Even if I looked, it wouldn't cost me my life, would it?" Suddenly her words faltered a bit. "Not because of that, but—" Thiat Lan's face sank sadly. "I cannot let you leave this island." Vu Hin became more curious. "Why? If you cannot not tell, then tell everything. You are the one chosen by the island god. If you let you go, the island god will be angry. We will all be punished." This information caught his attention. Island god. His mind recalled the past. "Right, the village head also said using me to sacrifice to the island god." Vu Hin changed his tone coldly. "What era is this? You still superstitious like that? There are no ghosts or gods in this world." But Thiat Lan still insisted. "The island god is real. It is our guardian. You must not look down on it like that." He had more reasons to persuade. "Even if it exists, if it does not want me to leave, it can come in person to stop me. Punishing women is no sign of ability." Indeed, this made her slightly moved, unable to say more. The two continued walking in silence without a word. Suddenly an arrow shot out from the forest. Vu Hin reacted quickly and sensed the danger. He flung Thiat Lan to the ground, careful. Then he alone performed several maneuvers to dodge spectacularly. But unexpectedly Vu Hin stepped into a trap. By the time he realized, it was too late. Vu Hin in an instant fell into a deep pit. Standing on the ground, the perpetrators were Chu Mong and Lai Mai. Meanwhile, he himself was unconscious at the bottom of the pit, his body filthy. Time passed until nightfall. Vu Hin gradually opened his eyes. To his surprise, his hands were tied tightly to the bed. He instinctively tried to shake the restraints. In front of him were three people. Chu Mong, smiling slyly, "Stop struggling. I have injected you with snake venom already. The more you struggle, the faster you will die." Vu Hin tried to stay calm and asked, "What are you doing?" Lai Mai stepped forward and replied, "Tonight is the wedding day of your brothers. How can you run away like that? The island god most likes to eat men. Using you as a sacrificial offering will surely bless the children to be born healthy." Her grotesqueness made him shudder. The flesh of men. Suddenly Vu Hin seemed to remember something. Duong Fong said, "The men who went out to sea on the island all met with accidents. Could they be the same?" At that moment Deep Van raised her chin and affirmed silently, "You figured it out. Looks like you're much smarter than Duong Fong." The murderous aura on Lai Mai rose each moment. Right, they were not drowned, but were used as sacrificial offerings to the island god. "Anyway, you are about to die. Telling you is fine." She began to recount the old story. "Since I was born, I knew, on this island, women have no status. Because men have strength, can work, are the pillar of the family, enjoy everything, while women are only tools to continue the lineage. Whenever men want, they can beat and scold at any time, even worse than a beast in the house. A few years ago, the men scorned this island as poor. They went out to sea together to the mainland to work. Only the elderly and the useless who could not survive outside remained. These people themselves have no capability, cannot earn money, and are worse, they take out women to vent." Then they thought of a crazy idea. Soon they brought many men from the outside back here. Ma Long, Lai Mai's husband in the past, pointed at her and colluded. The boss declared, "This is my wife, don't look. She's over 30, but her face and figure are very beautiful. I guarantee it will please me." Truong Ba glanced at Lai Mai with lustful eyes. The cold eyes were full of vileness. His tongue kept licking like a long starved tiger. All of that made her so scared she teared up. Lai Mai timidly begged, "Husband," but only received a cruel snub. "Stop looking. The boss is the big boss in the city. Hurry up and serve. Dare to make me unhappy and I will flay you and that kid." His threat made Deem Deem behind fearfully call, "Mother." Ma Long immediately pulled the little girl away. "You rotten thing, get out, don't block here." Despite the girl screaming repeatedly, "Mother, mother." Lai Mai rushed to stop them, Deem Deem, but Truong Ba stepped forward and slapped her. Lai Mai continued to recall the past in resentment. They over and over again. Men came and went more and more. The girls who resisted would be punched and kicked, even tied up with iron chains. Not long after, this place had completely become an island of brothels. The scene shifted to Lai Mai dragging each step to the beach. Her face was expressionless without life. "Originally, I wanted to leave to end it, but worried about my daughter." At that moment I had never seen such a beautiful starfish. Lai Mai then picked up that starfish and put it into the fish tank. Its appearance made Deem Deem curious. "Mom, is it really a star in the sky? Can what I wish to it come true?" she gently whispered. "Of course, the wish of Deem Deem. The star will definitely help you fulfill it." The little girl expressed her sadness. "I want Dad to disappear. I want all the bad people who bully others to disappear." Hearing that, Lai Mai could not help but feel bitter. "I thought that as long as I endured, I could protect my daughter, but I was wrong." The next day, she carried another pot into the house. "Deem Deem, look, Mom changed a beautiful jar for the star." But all the darkness now poured onto the poor Lai Mai. In front of her was Deem Deem lying motionless. Around were shirtless men. Truong Ki angrily cursed, "Unlucky for me. What a disappointment." Ma Long immediately put all the blame on her. "Useless thing. How did you take care of her? Such a bad body, already dead." But Lai Mai's mind at that moment only had the image of her poor little daughter, who had lost consciousness because of being humiliated too much. She almost collapsed, face pale without blood. Her hand still held a piece of broken glass. Anger burst out. Lai Mai desperately rushed at the vile men. "I will kill you." The two men panicked. "That woman is crazy." She stabbed a piece of glass into her husband's arm. He furiously slapped her hard. "You dare to hurt me, rebel." Lai Mai lost balance and fell to the floor. But Ma Long still continuously slapped her cruelly. "You eat my food, drink my drink, and still dare to anger me." He even cruelly grabbed his wife's neck, threatening, "Let me tell you, you are just like that girl you gave birth to. Both trash. Today you ruined my business. You must serve 10 guests to make up for it." The strength of young men was so strong that Lai Mai fainted. Just then blood from Ma Long's arm dripped down. Each drop fell on the starfish she brought home. Suddenly it moved, its mouth full of sharp teeth opened. The starfish jumped onto Ma Long's face, wrapping it completely. Strange green liquid flowed from its mouth as if to corrode his face. After finishing, the starfish jumped to another target, leaving him gray-faced, lifeless. Truong Ki witnessed everything and was shocked. "Monster." He turned around trying to find a way to escape. "Monster," but could not escape from the claws of the starfish. It wrapped its arms tightly around Truong Ki's body, then devoured him deliciously. Each arm sprayed strange green liquid covering the whole prey. Soon his body melted, no trace remained, leaving Lai Mai sitting there in utter astonishment. At that moment I understood. It was a god sent by heaven to save us. Back to reality, she stood in front of Wu Hin smiling sinisterly. "After that, we lured all the men into the cave, for the god to punish them." He heard and immediately knew what that creature was. Not right, that was not a starfish at all. It was a mutated monster. Of course Lai Mai did not listen at all. "Shut up. The island god is the protector of us. You are not allowed to insult it. Now whatever you say is useless. Half an hour later the ritual will begin." Wu Hin still tried to hold on. "Duong Fong, where, if you do not believe me, you should believe him. He will prove what I said is true." The inhuman smile once again appeared on her lips. "Duong Fong, He is just a tool we use to continue the bloodline, just like how men treated women before. On this island only women and children are enough. We do not need men." This information made him even more shocked. Lai Mai added one last sentence, "After Kahan becomes pregnant, we will send him to you." After that she and her companions left. Only Thiat Lan still turned back with pity. Outside on the porch, the full moon in the sky lit up the whole night space. Duong Fong stepped into the simple small room. He frowned, showing annoyance. "That Vu Hin, no matter how to put it, today is my important day. Not even a celebratory drink, and he already left. No sense of brotherhood at all." That sullen expression made Kahan notice. "Brother Duong Fong, what are you thinking?" Duong Fong started, flustered. "Hiding it? No, nothing." Saying this, he looked down at his body wrapped in ribbons and wondered. "But really must dress like this, looks very odd." She gently explained, "This is our island ritual. After sacrificing to the island god, it can bless us with 100 years of happiness, living to old age." Kahan stepped forward, pressed her body against the groom-to-be and acted coy. "Would you not want that?" The scent of the beauty made Duong Fong visibly delighted. "Of course I want it. From today on I will listen to everything." He did not know that behind that obedient mask were the scheming eyes of a woman. Back in the cell holding Vu Hin, he was still unconscious on the bed, not moving at all. Chu Mong found it odd and peeked in. "Still not dead." She glanced at the clock, eager. "Half an hour until the sacrifice begins." Then she turned to rummage through the table for things. If they miss the auspicious hour, it will be bad. While Chu Mong was not paying attention, a long line of light appeared on Vu Hin's body. As if filled with vitality, he regained consciousness. His body recovered. It was the effect of the evolution fluid. Just then she turned back, holding a shiny knife in her hand. "Use this." At the life and death moment, Chu Mong voiced her intention. "Originally I wanted to turn you into a second Duong Fong so you could live a little longer, because you were not obedient." Vu Hin pretended to sleep and broke out in a cold sweat. She raised the knife, gathered strength to stab. "Don't blame me." Suddenly something struck Chu Mong on the head. She fell to the ground unconscious to his astonishment. The culprit was Thiat Lan, still holding the baseball bat. Vu Hin was very surprised to see her silhouette. "Thiat Lan." Before he could say more, Thiat Lan signaled, "Say nothing." Outside the sea rippled with waves, enhanced by the moonlight. After rescuing Vu Hin out, she led him running to the sea to escape. "Here is the antidote." Thiat Lan also pointed to the boat with directions. "I have fixed my boat. From here go east, that is the direction to Du Chao that you mentioned. Hurry and run." He looked at her worried. "What about you?" But she did not even face him. "I must go back." Before leaving, Thiat Lan told the story of her life. "When I was born, mother died in childbirth. My father, seeing I was a girl, left me on the mountain for the wolves to eat. It was Aunt Mai who kindly picked me up. My father was a drunk. From childhood, if not beaten, he would scold me. Later one time he drank and fell into the sea and drowned. The women in the village pitied me and shared their rice with me, together raising me." She dropped her face, remembering the painful memory. "From little I learned martial arts from programs on TV, also wanting to protect them, not let them be bullied by men, but in the end still. Those men, they all deserve to die, being sacrificed is their due. But you are different from them. I think even if I let you go, the island god will forgive me." Vu Hin ran up and warned desperately. "Thiat Lan, listen to me. The island god really has a problem. The virus has spread to this island. Once it begins to attack humans, everyone will turn into zombies." Thiat Lan steadfastly did not believe him. "No, the island god is the god heaven sent to save us. Without its appearance, everyone would still be living days worse than death. Moreover, even if it is the mutated creature you say, I still believe it will not harm us. You and we are people of two worlds. Go find your friend. You no longer need to care about matters on this island." After farewell she turned and ran, leaving Vu Hin trying to stop her. Thiat Lan. The moon still shone like that, covering the dark mournful forest. Deep inside that forest a ritual was taking place, torch flames flickering. Lai Mai, dressed in black, sat at the head guiding. The sacrificial ritual began. All those behind bowed down after hearing. Ka Han did the same, only Duongfeng followed without understanding. After the prayers, Lai Mai commanded, "The sacrificial items." Immediately those people together carried up the plump pigs. As if sensing food, a weird sound echoed from inside the cave. Duongfeng steadied himself to perceive the situation. Inside that cave is the island god, so it is not a statue. Could it be some living thing? Starfish limbs crawled out. The starfish that day had grown huge, bearing a mouth full of disgusting green slime. Moreover, its teeth were sharp and jagged, ready to bite and tear prey. Duongfeng saw the starfish and immediately stood up. Mutated creature. The starfish gaped its mouth, wanting to attack Duongfeng. He, unaware, still grabbed a club and tried with all his strength to protect everyone. "Be careful." Duongfeng threw the club straight at it. The club stabbed into the crown of the starfish's head, making it scream continuously. Ka Han saw that and anxiously restrained him. "Duongfeng, what are you doing?" He jumped up and shouted a warning. "That is not the island god. It is a mutated creature. Everyone run quickly." At the same time, the starfish spat out green slime. They sprayed onto the faces of the people in black clothing, making their skin corrode and rot with excruciating pain. When they realized its danger, the others scrambled to run. "Save your lives." Chu Mong then appeared and announced urgently, "Disaster. Wu Hin has run away." Lai Mai received the news and trembled with anger. The island god was angry because the sacrificial offering ran away. She poured her anger onto Duongfeng. "Seize him." The others immediately followed, casting a net toward him. Duongfeng struggled desperately but could not break free. "What do you want to do?" Lai Mai stepped forward, coldly threatening, "If your good brothers have already run, then take you as the sacrifice." In another part of the forest, Thiat Lan was on her way home when she noticed something strange. The livestock suddenly ran out in front of her. Those farm animals were supposed to be sacrificial beasts. Why did they run away? This made Thiat Lan worry. Could something have happened? Back with Duongfeng, he was now tightly bound hand and foot, escorted before the starfish. Lai Mai returned with a humble, pleading manner. "Beg the island god to calm its anger. The kid who offended has been captured. All the boats on the route have been destroyed. That Wu Hin has nowhere to run. He will soon be brought before you." The starfish roared as if understanding her. Lai Mai breathed a light sigh of relief. To this hour she was still blindly reassuring everyone. "Everyone don't be afraid. It's all right now. The island god will continue to bless us." Just as Lai Mai finished speaking, its mouth suddenly spat a jet of blood. Chu Mong and Ka Han watched, shocked and speechless. When they focused, they saw its tongue had pierced through her belly. Lai Mai turned her face, in her eyes utter helplessness. "Island god." The starfish continued to wag its disgusting tongue. It slowly wound itself tightly around her body. Then the starfish dragged and swallowed Lai Mai into its belly. Ka Han saw that scene and screamed, tears welling up. Chu Mong was equally stunned. Village chief Thiat Lan had just arrived. She looked around and saw the ruinous scene. Comrades piled up. As if realizing the situation, Thiat Lan's eyes seemed about to cry. In her final thoughts were memories of the days long ago of being adopted. "Aunt Mai, everyone." Rage rose to the extreme. Thiat Lan shouted. Beside her lay a leftover spear from the crisis. She hurriedly grabbed it and rushed straight toward the monstrous creature. "Wu Hin was right. Humans are monsters. I will kill you." The starfish did not yield, extending its arms in response. Thiat Lan crossed several obstacles easily, but her comrades were being savaged by them. Chu Mong was among them, hit so that her glasses fell off. Duongfeng nimbly ran to shield Ka Han. "Careful." The starfish screamed in a grim way. It continuously attacked Thiat Lan without pause. Seeing the tense situation, Duongfeng hastily grabbed a bow. "Let me help you." He shot arrows decisively. They flew straight into the starfish's face, somewhat restricting its movements. Thiat Lan seized the opportunity to leap onto it. The inner gate opened. She seemed to pour out all determination and overflowing emotion. Die. Unexpectedly, the starfish bit through the spear as well, causing it to snap in two and fall to the ground. The spear broke and fell to the ground. Thiat Lan blankly looked after it in helplessness. The starfish took that chance to pounce up and attack. She thought she was about to die when suddenly something flashed by. The sound of a foot landing heavily on the ground rang out. It was Vu Hin who had saved Thiat Lan in time from the greedy mouth of the starfish. It was him. She widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "Why did you come back?" He glanced coolly and replied, "The monster is still here. How can I leave?" Then Vu Hin picked up the stick and firmly declared, "I will let you know that the existence of men is not to hurt women, but to protect women." Immediately, he took a fighting stance. The starfish lunged forward without hesitation. But wherever its wings went, Vu Hin easily dodged them. Even Thiat Lan was amazed by his agility. The speed was so fast, completely different from before. Could it be that he deliberately held back against me? After overcoming all obstacles, Vu Hin jumped into the air, took momentum, and stabbed the stick strongly into the head of the starfish. He signaled to his teammates, "Duong Fong, take everyone away from here, let me hold it back." Duong Fong gently helped his fiancée up. "Kahan, can you walk?" Unfortunately, there was already a heavy bruise under Kahan's ankle, your leg. He had no choice but to carry her on his shoulder. "I will carry you." While carrying Kahan, Duong Fong still had to run ahead and lead the others. "Everyone follow me." Thiat Lan also helped but was still worried. "Vu Hin, you must not get hurt." The green mucus earlier stuck on Vu Hin's stick was now showing signs of dissolving into pieces. Seeing that scene, he was terrified. Vu Hin's alertness rose higher. The slime on its body has a corrosive effect. If it touches you, it will not be a joke. The sound of waves crashing fiercely on the sea was no less intense than the tension of the battle. Duong Fong's group ran breathlessly until they finally reached the island's shore. So scary. Everyone was confused. Why did the island god turn into a monster? Kahan timidly confessed, "Sorry, Duong Fong, I lied to you." Duong Fong could only scratch his face and smile wryly. "It is okay. I am often deceived by girls. I am used to it." Unable to hold back anymore, she buried her face and cried. She was eaten by the monster. "What should we do now? Will we also be eaten?" Seeing that, he hurriedly comforted her. "No, even if I have to risk my life, I will protect you." Hearing that, Kahan choked and could not speak. Duong Fong. At the same time, Chumong was holding her face in pain. "My face, it hurts so much, like being burned by fire." When she opened her hand, she saw her palm covered in blood. The skin on the right side of Chumong's face had been corroded, ulcerated, almost exposing her eye. My face, my face." Unable to accept the truth, she burst out in jealousy. "It is all because of them. If not for Duong Fong and Vu Hin, the island god would not be angry." Chumong suddenly went insane, furiously jumping toward Duong Fong. "As long as I catch you and bring you back as a sacrifice, the island god will forgive us. Everything can go back to the way it was." They had no time to understand what was happening. He quickly hugged Kahan and dodged to one side, causing her to fall to the ground. Kahan worriedly asked, "Chumong, what is wrong with you?" Chumong struggled to get up. She turned her face and bared her teeth, growling. Her face turned from rosy skin to a terrifying pale green. Everyone there was shocked. Duong Fong was no exception. "Everyone be careful. She has been infected by the virus." Chumong pounced uncontrollably. He lunged forward to block her way. "Everyone move away." They immediately obeyed Duong Fong. He and Chumong, who had turned into a zombie, struggled back and forth until they reached the mountain top. Duong Fong's steps were almost touching the edge. He turned around in shock. She continued to open her mouth to attack. Duong Fong lost his balance and his whole body fell backward. At that very moment, Chumong's head was smashed to pieces. It happened to save him. When he looked back, it was Kahan who had acted to save him. The night kept dragging on endlessly. Thiat Lan stood before everyone and announced, "Already checked. No one is injured anymore. Beside them was a flickering fire that had just been lit earlier. Duongfang spoke solemnly. Chu Mong's body must be destroyed, otherwise the virus through air, water, even soil will spread, causing more mutations. Kahan was still sobbing non-stop. Sister Chu Mong, why did you become like that? While Thiat Lan's hatred in her heart grew stronger. All because of that monster, I must go kill it. He immediately interrupted to stop her. No, you do not know how terrifying mutated creatures are. Going will only mean death. Moreover, this place needs you more. Find a place to hide everyone. If you do not see my signal, absolutely do not come out. Kahan curiously asked, Duongfang, where are you going? Duongfang sternly replied, to help Wu Hin. Before leaving, he smiled to reassure everyone. Do not worry, I will definitely kill the mutated monster. Then Duongfang turned and ran off, leaving the girls to rely on one another. The fire kept burning steadily through the night. At the same time, Wu Hin was still desperately fighting with the starfish. He seemed very exhausted already. Yet the starfish kept attacking non-stop. Wu Hin quickly dodged to one side, letting it touch the fire. Seeing its reaction, he seemed to have realized something. Wu Hin kicked sparks of fire toward the starfish. It suddenly screamed in pain. He secretly smiled in his heart. Looks like I guessed right. This monster fears fire. Then Wu Hin turned to grab 2 jars of wine. Without hesitation, he threw them straight at the starfish's face. This wine was all prepared for you. Take it all. The fire meeting the alcohol burned even fiercer. It screamed like a house on fire. Screech, screech, screech. Elsewhere in a messy house, Duongfang rummaged around and found a bow and arrow. Found it. These are explosive arrows made from sulfur bullets, used before to hunt large animals. I will use it to blow up that monster. He felt empowered, ready for battle. Suddenly Duongfang shuddered. He knelt down weakly, not understanding why. What is happening? Suddenly I feel so unwell. Looking at his hand, Duongfang realized he had been scratched without noticing. These black veins, are they not what appear when infected with the virus? He recalled the earlier fight with Chu Mong. Could it be then when he was careless? Duongfang was utterly shocked. It is clearly my wedding day. I was sacrificed, now infected. Oh God, are you joking with me? Beads of sweat began to pour down like a stream. Now he felt regret. It hurts so much. If I had known, I should have gone with Wu Hin. But no, if I leave, Kahan will be in more danger. This is fine. Even if I die, she will remember my handsome face. Thinking of that, Duongfang shouted bitterly. What kind of joke is this? Turning into a zombie. How can I still be handsome? Suddenly he noticed something in his pocket. It was a small vial of green liquid. The evolution serum that had fused with An Loy's blood. How could I forget this? Duongfang hurried to grab it, but still hesitated in his heart. But An Loy said the success rate is only 1 in 100. Even Wu Hin almost failed. Can I make it? Never mind, I will risk it. Outside, the smoke was so thick it could not be described. On the ground below was a pile of distorted ashes, unrecognizable. Wu Hin glanced down to check. Dead already. Suddenly cracks appeared on the starfish's skin, followed by countless more cracks. Seeing that, he knew it was a bad sign. Molting. As expected, the starfish rose again. The fire had only burned its outer shell. This thing, it is almost fully evolved. Not only that, a strange sound behind made Wu Hin turn around. More horrifying was that zombies were slowly rising. From their mouths came long streams of murky smoke. They all lunged toward him at once. Host. The zombies all rushed up at once. Wu Hin had no choice but to fight each one barehanded by himself. But of course it was hard to block them all. While being restrained, he also saw the starfish continue to rampage. Wu Hin's expression grew increasingly panicked. There was no time. From between the 2 arms of the starfish a huge beam of light emitted. In no time it manifested as a gigantic energy mass. From the starfish's mouth 2 long tongues stuck out. They wrapped tightly around Wu Hin. Then it also grabbed 2 other zombies and pushed them straight toward its mouth. The situation for him now was truly dire. It was over. The starfish opened its maw full of sharp teeth ready to bite. Then suddenly a dark figure dove down from the sky. Monster, I will eat one for myself. It was none other than Duongfang in the posture of drawing his bow. The arrow flew straight into the starfish's mouth. It did not transform, it just puckered its lips. Then it exploded into pieces. The aftershock sent Wu Hin flying to the ground. Duongfang also crashed hard. The starfish's corpse was burned to a shriveled husk. He staggered up and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he made it in time. Duongfang came forward to help Wu Hin up. He offered a smile as thanks. He also smiled back naturally. The two gripped each other's hands, showing solid comrade bonds. They moved into the cavern, the starfish's lair. Duongfang led with the women following. Inside was an extremely grotesque scene. Thousands of little green cocoons everywhere. They even had veins like giant meat bubbles. Thiat Lan looked horrified. What is this? Kahan could hardly bear it. They are still moving. Disgusting. Wu Hin glared and explained. They are starfish eggs. Incubating so many eggs must require a lot of nutrients and consume great strength, so it hides in this cavern. Duongfang listened and sighed. No wonder it didn't eat you. It treats you as food deliverers. He moved closer to inspect the cocoons. One starfish was troublesome enough. What will happen if these eggs hatch? Suddenly Duongfang's foot hit a skull. He flinched and yelled, Damn, what is this? Kahan answered calmly, They are the skeletal remains of those men. Thiat Lan added, Originally we lured them here to be sacrificed. Wu Hin was not surprised. Those men treated women as slaves when alive. In the end, they died at women's hands, considered retribution. Only Duongfang hid terrified behind his friend. That's why you should not bully women. Everyone dropped their burning torches. In no time the place burst into flames, burning everything, letting their crimes and the monsters be buried here. Night passed and gave way to a brighter new day. The farewell scene arrived. Kahan stood before her fiancé and whispered, Duongfang, will we meet again? He replied firmly, Of course, after we deal with all the zombies we will return to find you and take you to see the outside world. Thiat Lan stepped forward with thorough instructions. The food and water on the boat should be enough for you to reach the mainland. This is a compass in case you can't find direction at sea. Wu Hin reached out and accepted the item she offered. Thanks. Thiat Lan's voice sank, as if reluctantly. There's one more thing. Suddenly she kissed his cheek, surprising everyone around. Thiat Lan looked shy and said, Remember to come back to teach me martial arts. The boat began to set sail. Those on the island stood watching. Goodbye, travel safely. Sitting on the boat, Duongfang began to lament. It's always like this. When the wife is in my hands, she slips away. My fate is too miserable. Hearing this, Wu Hin mocked. It's not too late to regret now. I'll take you back. You get spooked by a friend, and you are already sensitive. Who's regretting? I've tasted women's betrayal enough. This time I almost died. Then he returned to a pensive look before the sea of sorrows. You're right. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Now I am also an evolved person. Later I must eliminate zombies and save the world. Wu Hin stared speechless, suddenly so passionate, not like you at all. Who said his dream was a simple and good life? Duongfang angrily shouted, I spoke honestly to you and you mock me, making him have to restrain himself so nothing happens. Stop joking. The boat is about to capsize. Returning to the mainland. At a small town supermarket, Thien Loi, bored with life, looked at the few packets of noodles, searched the whole store, and found only these few packets. If I had known, I would not have moved all the food into the space. He turned to question the system. I tell you, system, can I owe a few stalks of greens to cook with the noodles? It immediately refused. Old debts unpaid, no new debts. If you want vegetables, use accumulated points to exchange. Hearing that, Thien Loi became even more dispirited. These days not a single zombie to be seen. Where do you expect me to get accumulation points? He could only hug the pile of instant noodles and lament loudly, Oh heaven, give me a few monsters to kill. Eating like this will cause constipation. A wish granted by chance. Just then a Ko Yen shuffled past. She glanced at the pale green eye at him. Yet Thien Loi mistook her for a zombie, overjoyed to the point of tears. What a miracle. Before he finished speaking, Ko Yen suddenly leapt to attack him. Thien Loi pulled out a weapon to take the blow. Although only one, rotting meat is still meat. He swung a killing strike, but she dodged very fast. Ko Yen kicked Thien Loi in the shoulder. He thought that hit the weak point, but he had already raised his arm to block it. Thien Loi shoved her away, inwardly judging, a zombie this agile is rare. Could it be an evolved type? Great, can trade for a couple more sausages then. He imitated her with a kick. Ko Yen again flipped backwards to avoid the move. She nimbly used her hands for momentum, then aimed a kick at Thien Loi's head. Then Ko Yen flipped away and returned like a stunned bomb. She continuously threw punches that he could not block in time. Thien Loi had to grab Ko Yen's shoulder blades, sweep her with his leg. In a flash he pinned her to the ground, fast enough that Ko Yen was startled. Not to mention she was female and had her sensitive spot touched by Thien Loi. She angrily kicked him away. Ah! Hearing a human voice, Thien Loi was very surprised. Zombie can talk. Ko Yen then opened her mouth. I actually only wanted to scare you, because you were rude. She stood up, revealing the white-pink face of a girl, hand over the food and water. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Thien Loi then realized, furious to the point of madness, so unlucky, finally met a zombie, and it's a person in disguise, wasted my joy. My sausages and greens, how will you repay me? His excessive attitude forced Ko Yen to pull out a gun. Stand still. Seeing the gun, Thien Loi guessed somewhat, so not a female thief, but a gangster. He even taunted, though seeing her so tense, that's not a toy gun, right? Ko Yen angrily threatened, if you're brave then try me. Unexpectedly this only increased his arrogance. Try then. She panicked and fired. You forced me. Thien Loi luckily dodged but gaped, it's a real gun. He abruptly pushed both of Ko Yen's hands, then easily snatched the gun. Her shooting skills are too poor. Thien Loi pointed the gun at her head and threatened, show her what a fatal shot is. Ko Yen's tears began to well up. She sobbed, making him flustered. Ko Yen abandoned her pride, shamelessly clung to Thien Loi begging, Big brother spare me. I haven't eaten for days. I only wanted to scare you. Take some food only. I don't want to hurt you. Yet he still kept an arrogant expression. Are you telling the truth? She put on a weak kitten face and tacitly admitted it. Thien Loi weighed it in his mind and found it plausible. Seeing her earlier, she really did not intend to kill him. Otherwise she would not have missed the shot like that. He softened and lowered the gun. All right. I can't stand women crying. Stand up. At most I'll give you one packet of noodles. Ko Yen hurriedly wiped her tears. Thank you. But a second later she turned, waved a hand and lit a red smoke. Big brother. Thien Loi held his face, groaning endlessly. Pain, pain, pain. Ko Yen no longer had the pitiful look from before, but smiled smugly. Fool, the taste of the spicy noodles isn't bad, right? Seeing her quickly try to escape, he helplessly stopped her. Don't run. But Ko Yen cunningly jumped into the car. Do you know how long it took me to disguise as a zombie? A few packs of noodles are not enough. Consider this car as an apology gift. After saying that, she revved the engine and sped off, leaving Thien Loi staring blankly behind. He could not contain his anger and shouted loudly, You trickster, don't let me catch you. In a certain village, the houses were closely packed together, bathed in the bright morning sunlight. Ko Yen pushed open the door and cheerfully announced, I'm back. The whole family ran out excitedly to greet her. Sister, Yen, you're back. Lai Tiat, coming out to welcome her, asked carefully, was the journey safe? No troubles, right? She confidently recounted, encountered a tough one, but it was dealt with by me. Then she turned to ask about the two kids, Ko Kwang, Ko Miu. Did you both practice diligently today? The children shouted together, yes. Ko Miu even kicked and waved her arms to show. Sister, look, sister. Ko Kwang looked at that cat scratching move with disdain. That's just flailing. Watch me. The boy wielded a paper sword wildly, without any order but very decisive. Ko Yen was pleased and decided to be generous. If you obey like this, I'll reward you. Tonight more food? Both Ko Miu and Ko Kwang cheered excitedly. The two children curiously asked her, Sister, did you bring food? Are there canned goods? She proudly puffed her chest. Canned goods are nothing. Today I dealt with one of them. Ko Yen led the kids to see the spoils for themselves, and they shouted with excitement at the sight. Look, wow, a car. Seeing the sparkle in their eyes, she felt satisfied. With this car, they can go farther to find food, and it's safer than walking a lot. Lai Tait then encouraged her granddaughter. You've worked hard. Afraid she would worry too much. Ko Yen quickly held her hand and whispered, It's nothing. I'm the oldest. Taking care of everyone is my responsibility. Yet Lai Tait still felt a bit sad. But after all, she is a girl. Thinking of this, she sighed regretfully. If your father were still alive. Outside, someone loudly announced, The new student association is back. In the excited crowd awaiting their return, only Ko Yen remained indifferent, even a little bored. Gradually, the new student association group slowly entered, leading a cage full of zombies. The zombies smelled human flesh and roared as if wanting to break the iron door. The villagers whispered admiringly, as expected of the new student association. This time they caught so many zombies. The praise reached each member, and they all smiled proudly. Ko Kwang's eyes sparkled as if seeing an idol. They are so impressive. Ko Yen heard the cheer but stayed silent. At that moment, a rough male voice called from behind, pretending to be a zombie to steal food. What a good idea. Tran Man raised his chin arrogantly. Seems like there is food to offer today. Ko Yen's expression became serious, intending to refuse politely. Today I couldn't find food, so. Before she could finish, Ko Kwang eagerly showed, Uncle, this flour is for everyone. These 2 jars too. I could never eat them myself. He spoke kindly, but Tran Man's eyes were extremely cold. The child is obedient, much more understanding than his sister. But this little amount is not enough. Lu Loi at the back opened the car door to search. Inside were many bottled waters. Seeing this, Ko Yen hurriedly stopped them. That car cannot be given to you. But Tran Man lost patience, disregarding anyone, threatening. Do you know who you are talking to? This town has not been attacked by zombies, all thanks to the new student association protecting it. Only collecting and nurturing this is already kind. You should be grateful. Or do you want you and your family to be driven out? He turned to his companions, drive the car away. After they left, Ko Miu timidly asked, Sister, what are we eating tonight? Although her mood had sunk, Ko Yen still smiled to reassure. It's okay, I'll go out for a while to get more food. The two kids, though young, vaguely realized what happened and began to argue. Ko Kwang, it's all your fault. What? It's because you're too stingy. The boy stubbornly defended his idol. The new student association are heroes. Protecting the town is very hard. The sun had reached its peak, shining harsh rays on the ground. Sweat streamed down Thien Loi's face like a bath, panting from exhaustion. He gritted his teeth, thinking about the one who caused this. That damn girl stole his car, made him run so far. He cannot forgive her. In front of Thien Loi appeared a closed gate. He quickly traced the tracks. The tire marks disappear here. Thien Loi growled each word angrily. So, she is inside. The fire of anger burned relentlessly, causing Thien Loi to immediately climb the wall. Without much effort, he easily reached the top of the wall. Using incredible strength, Thien Loi lightly jumped down to the ground. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stood up, he encountered the thief he hated bitterly. The sudden situation froze both of them for a moment. Thien Loi reacted first. It's her. Ko Yen did not expect this ironic situation and looked visibly panicked. Seeing her trying to escape, he quickly grabbed her to interrogate. You trickster, where are you running? Where is my car? Ko Yen knew she could not escape, so she tried to smile and make peace. Don't be so fierce, I just borrowed to drive a bit. Can't I return it to you? But no one bathes twice in the same river. Thien Loi did not hesitate to lock her wrists tightly. He angrily gritted, "Still want to use this trick? Do you take me for a fool?" Before Ko Yen could respond, a childish shout came from behind, "Don't bully sister." Ko Miu and Ko Kwang rushed over, kicking and fighting, shouting, "Bad person, hit him." Several hours had passed since the scuffle began. The moon now stood motionless in the black sky. Inside the house, Ko Miu and Ko Kwang slurped noodles, so fragrant. Thien Loi sat opposite with a gloomy expression, unable to hide his frustration. Still hadn't found food, and wasted noodles, truly a loss. Lai Tiet kindly expressed her feelings, "Young man, truly thank you. It has been a long time since we had such delicious food." He tried to appear cheerful and smiled, "No, it's nothing." She emotionally shared at length about her family's hardships. Yen Yen's father was a martial artist, so they learned martial arts from a young age. Since her father left, taking care of the family depended entirely on Yen Yen. She endured much hardship to feed the younger siblings and the elderly like me. She stole your car, yet you not only did not blame her, but also shared food with us. Truly thank you. Ko Yen cunningly seized the opportunity to suggest, "Mr. Triu is a good person. Why argue with a girl like me?" She put on a smiling, flattering face. "Of course I choose to forgive, right?" Thien Loi glared sharply at her. Few girls fling spicy noodles into someone's eyes. He pulled out the blood-stained cotton, "Not arguing about the past. Other things I might not need. But the car must be retrieved." This request made Ko Yen awkwardly explain, "I'm also helpless. As soon as I returned to the car, people from the new student association took it." Thien Loi heard this and seriously asked, "New student association? What is that?" She shared everything she knew. It's an organization like a sect, responsible for fighting zombies, maintaining the town, protecting everyone, but charging per person. My family has 4 members. Every weekend we have to give 1 kilogram of food. My age is high. The children are too young, cannot work for money. So I reluctantly thought of disguising as a zombie, wanting to take some food from passing survivors. Thien Loi immediately thought this group were basically robbers. 4 people for 1 kilogram of food. What kind of sect is this? Even worse than the mafia. It would be fine if people didn't know. Ko Yen reluctantly told the reason behind. The leader of the new student association holds a divine artifact. People in the town see them as saviors. No intention to resist. His attention caught on the words divine artifact. Ko Kwang quickly volunteered, "I know." The 2 children happily took turns recounting the story. The divine artifact is a skill given by the god. The chosen person will not be harmed by zombies and can gain great power. The more they spoke, the stronger Ko Kwang's wish became, "Really admire those new students. If I were chosen too, it would be great." Ko Yen heard this and coldly warned, "How many times have I told you? In this world there is no divine artifact. It's just a scam." The boy was unconvinced, presenting full evidence. But they were really formidable, able to catch so many zombies. If not divine artifact, then what is it? Ko Yen really didn't know how to explain this. But even so, she firmly opposed. "I don't know. Anyway, those people must have problems. You must not approach them." Lai Tiet reluctantly advised, "You must listen to your sister. Understand? Ko Kwang is as stubborn as a little old man. Your sister is really obstinate." Only Thien Loi fell into deep thought. Not affected by the virus, super strong ability, sounded like an evolved human. Could it be related to Organization X? Thinking of this, he turned to find out where to look for them. Ko Kwang again volunteered to lead. "Tomorrow the new student association will preach at the town center. I will lead you." In the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived. The early sunlight was gentle, spreading everywhere. On the road, crowds appeared like going to a festival. Voices of conversation rang endlessly. Thien Loi's group blended in the crowd. Ko Kwang with sharp eyes pointed ahead, indicating, "Over there." On the stage, David was spreading superstitious words. "Hello everyone. The government announced the virus apocalypse. But this is the will of heaven, punishing the guilty, the unfaithful, the foolish, making them suffer forever. The loyal believers will be blessed by God, granted a great divine artifact." But these unscientific words were enthusiastically supported by the town people. Ko Yen introduced each division of the new student association. He is the leader of the new student association, Father David, claiming to be the ambassador of God. Those in gray behind are ordinary believers, responsible for managing residents, maintaining security, collecting fees. Those in white are the main members, chosen by God, granted divine artifacts, usually called newborns. Amidst the continuous cheers, her small voice seemed insignificant. This is the new student association. Based on his judgment, Thien Loy firmly concluded, she is right. The new student association really has a problem. Hearing Thien Loy's firm confirmation, she said he was right. The new student association really has a problem. Ko Yen was astonished and could not help but wonder, how do you know? He swept his eyes across the newborns behind. Look, all those people are young and healthy. Not a single old person or child. What kind of God would be so picky? Even the newly chosen believers are all strong young men with muscular builds. In front of the crowd, David was spreading his arms to welcome the new faces. Dear children, you have passed the trial. In the name of God, I welcome you to become a member of the new student association. A believer in gray carrying a bowl of bright red liquid slowly stepped forward. David gently touched his finger into the unnamed liquid, then approached the new believers and placed the finger on the center of their foreheads. At this moment, Thien Loy suddenly interrupted the holy ritual. I also want to join the new student association. May the great leader give me a chance. Even though interrupted, David showed no sign of anger and only asked for his identity. Who are you? Thien Loy lied without blinking. I am a survivor passing by. I heard that joining the new student association means no longer fearing zombies, so I came here. But only speaking without practice. The divine artifact you mentioned, what does it look like? Can you show me? The words carried an insult, making Vu Loi angrily shout, audacious. Even the townspeople disagreed with his attitude. How dare you offend the great leader? The divine artifact is not something you can just see. Ko Yen regretted, covering her face and quietly moaning. Is this guy crazy? Knowing it's dangerous and still provoking them. She quickly pulled Thien Loy back and tried to reconcile. Sorry, he doesn't know the rules here. I will take him away. Unexpectedly, Ko Kwang raised his hand casually. Great leader, I also want to see how powerful the divine artifact is. So quickly that Ko Yen only managed to say, you. David pretended to be generous and agreed to their request. It's fine, God is very generous, happily guiding others. Follow me. After a while, he led everyone to a deep black pit. The crowd gathered tightly around the edge, forming a packed circle. Within sight, a swarm of zombies as numerous as ants roared for food. They reached and clawed wildly, trying to grab the moving food above. The horrific scene made everyone shudder in fear. Thien Loy quietly understood. No wonder after traveling over 10 miles he hadn't seen any zombies. They had all been captured here. But confining so many zombies together, if control is lost, it would be catastrophic for the entire town. Why do this? At this moment, David waved his hand signaling something. The newborns quickly understood. They simultaneously removed their long white coats, revealing strong, healthy bare bodies. Then together they jumped into the deadly pit, faces showing inexplicable excitement. The newborns charged forward with powerful momentum. The zombies smelled humans and rushed like moths to a flame. Around them, an aura of fierce strength erupted. They ignored the zombies entirely. After successfully activating their enhancement, they confidently launched into the chaos. The battle was almost one-sided. The zombies could not resist. One after another were eliminated. The next attacked endlessly. But it was useless. The newborns only needed one strike to split them in two. One zombie grabbed Lam Bang, trying to bite and tear him. But he did not panic and instead smiled with great excitement. Lam Bang turned and counterattacked the zombie. The exhilaration on his face was undeniable, veins bulging clearly. Then Lam Bang effortlessly tore the zombie in half with his bare hands. Everyone watching was horrified. Defeating a zombie with bare hands, truly worthy of being a newborn. Ko Yen quickly covered Ko Kwang's eyes, but her heart raced from the bloodshed. Thien Loi seized the opportunity to give a command, "System scan." The ring in his hand immediately performed its assigned task. Blue light scanned through each newborn, silently analyzing their strength without anyone noticing. It quickly returned the results. After scanning, none of them contained evolutionary fluid nor the power of the nodes. This report overturned Thien Loi's previous assumptions, meaning they were not part of Organization X. But this power was certainly not something ordinary humans could possess. What was truly strange behind it? He glanced at the new Student Association members, perplexed like a bone stuck in his throat. David enjoyed the bloody display, satisfiedly concluded, "The heavenly decree punishes the guilty, and the loyal believers will be blessed." He spread his arms as if becoming the lord of this realm. This is the power of God. The crowd, now blindly believing in David's self-proclaimed sect, shouted in unison, "Long live, long live, long live." The villagers' unanimous chants of praise echoed endlessly, "Long live, long live." Ko Kwang watched the fervent scene attentively, his eyes sparkling like two stars. Excited, he nominated himself, "Great leader, please allow me to join the new student association." But Ko Yen firmly refused. No. Being continuously stopped only made Ko Kwang more determined to go against her. "You keep saying the new student association is a scam, but you've seen how powerful the divine artifact is. I want to become stronger, protect everyone like they do. Why can't I?" Ko Yen spoke through tears, "Because it was they who killed our father." This reason stunned the boy, his eyes wide, speechless. Thien Loi also silently paid attention to the sister's argument, his eyes fixed as if pondering something. Unable to hold it back, she revealed the secret she had kept in her heart. 3 years ago, father was chosen as a newborn, went out on missions with the team, and never returned. They said father went out to preach. But, obviously you saw. Deep memories gradually surged back as Ko Yen cautiously held her sword searching the forest. Suddenly she saw a zombie that looked exactly like her long-awaited father. But he had lost his human form, his skin turned gray, eyes blood-red and terrifying. Ko Yen was both horrified and distressed to the point of tears, covering her mouth tightly to stifle any sound. This made Ko Kwang tearfully exclaim, "Father, how could this be?" She revealed her helpless feelings. "At that time the younger ones were too small. Grandma said we had to survive here. Could not offend the new student association, so I could not tell them." Thien Loi seemed to inadvertently reveal the new student association's blind spot, meaning even becoming a newborn could still result in being bitten by zombies. God is not trustworthy, or someone is lying, deceiving everyone. The surrounding villagers gradually grew suspicious. Is it real or fake? It can't be. Yet David showed no fear, calmly blaming the victim. "I remember now. You are the daughter of that martial artist. Your father indeed became a zombie because his faith was insincere. As a child of God, one must be steadfast, die loyally, but he was a cowardly traitor." Every word he spoke condemned her father. When he fought he wavered out of fear, abandoned his teammates to escape alone, so God discarded this traitor, reclaiming his power. Becoming a puppet of the devil was the punishment he deserved. And out of mercy I did not tell you the truth, but it unexpectedly aroused your suspicion. A believer stepped forward to denounce them. "I know this family, usually very stubborn, refusing to offer tribute, ungrateful to God. They are all alike, all traitors to the town." The townspeople foolishly sided with the new student association. Yes, this girl is normally strange, often pretends to be a zombie, sneaks out of the town, just like her father, relying on the devil. Everyone began demanding a boycott. "This family is superstitious. The great leader will not lie. Expel them." The sisters were surrounded by insulting words, traitor, devil, child of a coward, but could only hug each other to avoid thrown stones. Ko Kwang, frustrated, refused to accept the imposed guilt. "I am not the devil's puppet. I am not a traitor." The boy suddenly pushed Ko Yen away, freeing himself from his sister's embrace. Ko Kwang angrily shouted at her, "It's all your fault. I hate you." Saying this, he quickly ran away, ignoring her calls from behind. "Little brother." David assumed a haughty attitude and decided to expel them. Family of a sinner, I've given you a chance, you didn't value it. Now I declare, expel your entire family from the town. A few men in black immediately executed the order, restraining Ko Yen from escaping. Thien Loi, who had been silent, finally spoke to stop him. Wait. The new student association members leaned in, wanting to see which insolent person dared interfere. He stepped closer to David and declared, "My divine artifact has been displayed, now it's my turn." He asked arrogantly, ignoring everyone, "You." Nevertheless, Thien Loi remained firm in his decision, unyielding. Without another word, he directly jumped into the deep pit in front of the crowd. Ko Yen, seeing this daring action, was anxious and triu. The surrounding people were also alarmed. He jumped down. Is he crazy? The zombies, though recently beaten severely, remembered nothing and still swarmed like cats to butter. Thien Loi confidently held the blade in his hand, smiling to greet them. The chives offered right at the door. How could they not be cut? Every approaching zombie received 2 sharp blades from him, decapitating them effortlessly. Each group was dealt with fairly, not sparing a single one. Under his blade, the zombies fell like cut stalks, his achievements piling up relentlessly. The villagers, who loved the strong, continuously praised him. Amazing, even if not a newborn, could anyone kill so many zombies? Here, no one understood Thien Loi's combat ability better than Ko Yen. At the supermarket she noticed this person did not know martial arts, yet was super strong, whether speed, strength, or reaction, multiplied 10, no, maybe 100 times. How could someone like this exist? Could divine artifacts really exist? David watched Thien Loi's display, his face contemplative, corners of lips and furrowed brows showing his inner unrest. At the same time, the system announcement sounded, "Congratulations host, 100 zombies killed, first supplemental reward space activated." Thien Loi joyfully clenched his fists. Excellent, green vegetables, radishes, seasonal fruits, fresh meat and fish filled everything for him. After fighting for a while, the zombies still swarmed like ants, continuing to charge wildly. Though alone, Thien Loi still curled his lips in delight. It's activated. Excited, he fired up the jet black gun in his hand. Time to switch weapons. David's face no longer maintained its usual composure, frowning deeply with obvious displeasure. Ko Yen, in complete contrast, was happily teasing, "Grenade launcher." The crowd watching gawked in amazement. Where did that come from? Is he a magician? The noise of the crowd did not affect Thien Loi's shooting speed. One shot sends you back. The grenade unleashed its full power, taking out several deformed zombies at once. The previous shot was just the prelude to his gun dance. Several rounds thundered out continuously. Under the firepower, the zombies fell like cut stalks. Within minutes, only one person remained standing in the pit, Thien Loi. This scene left the ordinary villagers terrified. Dead, all dead, and one person could kill so many zombies. At this point, David seriously asked the young man's identity. "Who are you exactly?" Thien Loi answered provocatively, "Can't you tell? I am the one here to kick you off the stage." He directly exposed the fake faces of the new student association members. If the world truly had a god, it would be like me killing all these zombies, not using them to show off. Catching zombies without killing them, protecting the people but charging high fees. Everyone should be on high alert. Can such a god be trusted? At this point, Thien Loi's words carried weight among the public, making them fearfully glance at each other. David gritted his teeth, unable to refute, his eyebrows furrowed in frustration. Things paused there. The new student association group, carrying the suffocating atmosphere, returned to the church. In private, David slammed the Bible to vent his anger. Where did a brat appear from, daring to ruin my good plan? Moreover, how did he have such strength, even able to make a grenade launcher appear with his bare hands? Truly bizarre. At this time, Kai Ngai respectfully approached to report. "Great leader," he coldly asked, "what happened?" He hesitated, reporting the losses. "It seems people have been influenced by that guy. More and more refuse to offer tributes." This further darkened David's mood. "I see." After speaking, He still saw Kai Engai standing frozen and angrily asked, "What else?" He hesitated but finally expressed his doubt. "Didn't you say God only protects believers? Why wasn't that guy bitten by zombies? And why is he so strong? Everyone is waiting for your response." These words struck David's pride, making him shout, "Shut up!" Kai Engai was terrified by this unprecedentedly aggressive attitude, eyes wide. David, seemingly cornered, held him tightly to interrogate. "Could it be you don't believe in me either?" Though alarmed, Kai Engai's faith remained, "Of course not. I am a loyal believer, always trusting you." David exploited this trust to continue deceiving. "Good child, now I will tell you the answer, because he is the embodiment of the devil." As a loyal believer, the words devil sent chills down Kai Engai's spine. David seized this point to frame Thien Loi. The devil is cunning and sly, appearing to destroy the believer's faith and steal our followers. To oppose him, we need more strength. Will you help me? Kai Engai, blindly trusting, immediately responded, "Of course, I am willing to dedicate everything." The plot began smoothly, making David smile with satisfaction. "Good child." Outside, the silver moon and shining stars filled the sky, forming a pristine wild beauty. In the pit, the new student association group was busy packing zombie corpses into plastic bags. Each one was sealed in a zip bag, concealing their ugly, inhuman appearance. Then 2 people lifted each bag onto a 4-wheeled cart. Each bag was silently transported in an orderly fashion into a secret space. They had no idea that all these actions were being observed by Thien Loi from above. In his mind, he began analyzing the oddity, not burning the zombies on the spot, but secretly moving them. It seemed his guess was correct. They had another purpose for these zombies. Thien Loi hid by the doorway, silently tracking the new student association's path. He quietly followed the trail, skillfully avoiding detection. Thien Loi observed the zombie-filled cart being taken into a certain room. After waiting a while without any movement, he moved closer and leaned to look inside. In his sight appeared a series of neatly stacked sacks, but no living people were visible, causing him to feel a slight suspicion. Where is everyone? Curiosity drove Thien Loi to slowly step into the icy room filled with zombie corpses. He scanned the area but still found no clues. All around were walls. Where had those people left from? Suddenly, a rustling sound came from a nearby sack. Thien Loi cautiously raised his blade, ready for combat, a trap for the corpse. He slowly approached the source of the noise, weapon raised in a ready stance. At that moment, a pale arm suddenly stretched out from the mouth of the sack. Thien Loi swung his blade down without hesitation. Suddenly, Ko Yen sat up from the sack, making him quickly halt his attack. Despite her face being smeared with mud, Thien Loi still recognized her identity. Ko Yen was equally surprised, and both asked at the same time, "Why are you here?" She quietly stepped down from the cart and responded, "I came to find my brother." He immediately realized the problem. Ko Kwang is gone. Ko Yen anxiously recounted the story. Grandma said he hadn't returned all day. I looked everywhere but couldn't find him. Finally, I came back here. Then I saw those people transporting zombies, found it strange, so I blended into the pile of zombies. Thien Loi scolded her daring action. "You've really gotten addicted to pretending to be a zombie. Don't you know how dangerous this is? Return quickly before you are discovered." But Ko Kwang was stubborn. "No, I have to find out why my father became a zombie. My father was the bravest martial artist. He surely wouldn't abandon his comrades to run. I must find evidence to expose the lie of the Great Guard, to honor my father." Then she reversed the question. "Right, you still haven't answered me. Why are you here?" This question made Thien Loi mumble guiltily. But he quickly regained his confidence, acting nonchalant. Children shouldn't worry about adult matters. Ko Yen frowned, demanding fairness. "You can't cheat." She wouldn't easily yield, continuously pressing Thien Loi for an answer. "Speak quickly." "I know. You can only wave your hands to stop her. Don't pull me." At that moment, Thien Loi accidentally stepped on a tile on the floor. The strange clattering sound halted the childish actions of the 2 youths. In front of them appeared a mysterious space, making both exclaim, "An elevator." Thien Loy approached to observe. The elevator goes up. Those people must have left from here. The dust-free air made the moonlight shine brightly, illuminating part of the building. Ko Kwang sat on the floor, sadly wondering, "Father, is it true like the great leader said? You betrayed your comrades, surrendered to the devil. Why is it like this?" The portrait in his hands was suddenly struck by 2 stones, wounding his heart. Ko Kwang's eyes welled with tears, but he bravely scolded, "What are you doing?" Dio Ming showed no remorse, responding boldly, "Fighting zombies, even uttering venom. Your father is a puppet of the devil. Your whole family will become zombies. You will become one too." The insults to his family and dreams, and still wanting to join the new student association, should attend the zombie meeting, made his tears fall in anger. Ko Kwang, burying his head, chased while proving, "You lie. I will not submit to the devil. I will not become a zombie." But the 2 mean kids only teased more. "Run, the zombies are coming." The church bell nearby rang, echoing through the village. Ko Kwang stopped chasing them, focusing on the distance. "It's the church bell." His small hands clenched in determination. "God knows all. As long as I sincerely pray, I will surely receive his forgiveness. I must join the new student association, become a new student, and show everyone I am not the son of a coward." Ko Kwang acted quickly, soon reaching the church. The boy politely called, "Great leader." But the response was only silence, no one there. Seeing the clock strike midnight, Ko Kwang guessed, "It's late. The great leader must have rested. Come tomorrow." Just as he was about to leave, he saw a familiar figure peeking near the door. Thanks to the bright moonlight, Ko Kwang's sharp eyes recognized the person he was looking for. Overjoyed, he ran quickly toward him. "Great leader." Ko Kwang followed David's silhouette and found himself at the Kang Fuk Hospital without noticing. The boy walked down the empty corridor, silently thinking, "This place is the hospital behind the church. Normally the great leader treats patients here, but so late. Why is he here?" The silent atmosphere and dim light made the hospital look more terrifying than ever. Ko Kwang glanced around fearfully. So many rooms. Light from a nearby door caught his attention. Ko Kwang peeked inside the patient room. He saw 3 people in white coats seemingly performing surgery. The boy deduced, they are doing surgery. Through the gap, Ko Kwang glimpsed the pale skin of the patient. The scene that followed horrified him. The patient's body was attached with numerous nameless devices. The pain made his eyes bulge terribly. Ko Kwang looked through the door frame in astonishment. Isn't that a disciple of the new student association? Inside the room, David bent down and spoke softly. "My dear child, how does it feel now? Tell me." The person's eyes were red, veins bulging on his face, mouth stammering incomprehensibly. A person beside him read the indicators. Blood pressure 300, heart rate 500, muscle rigidity increased tenfold. The subject's endurance has reached its limit. He was still not satisfied and ordered, "No, this level is still not enough. Continue increasing the concentration." Immediately, the blue solution was pumped into the experiment subject's body. The person's eyes flared red, the pupils bulged fiercely. His mouth emitted strange sounds, the noises growing increasingly urgent. Suddenly, a violent explosion rang out. White light burst forth, blurring the entire space. The body shattered, blood and flesh splattering all over David. He removed his mask, face full of disappointment. Sigh, failed again. It seems the child's loyalty to God is still insufficient. Outside, Ko Kwang backed away in fear, inadvertently making noise. David was startled and looked back. Someone. The boy had no time to escape before the crowd rushed out. Very quickly, Ko Kwang was caught and lifted. The boy screamed in terror, "Let me go." Ko Kwang was pulled forward. He spoke with a voice full of superstition. "My child, don't be afraid. What you are seeing is a sacred ritual." The boy firmly objected. "I don't believe it. What kind of ritual is this so cruel?" David explained calmly. "Didn't you want to become a new student? This is God's trial." Ko Kwang repeated. "Trial?" He continued. Where there is light, there is darkness. Light and darkness coexist. To save sentient beings, sacrifice is inevitable. Unfortunately, he was like your father. His will was not strong enough, could only contribute this far. David's tone suddenly grew solemn. What about you then? The boy was startled, his face turning pale. He extended both hands in welcome. Come, my son, God's arms are open for you. On the other side, the iron door opened slightly. Thien Loi and Ko Yen stepped out of the elevator. She glanced around suspiciously. Where is this place? Looking around the room, Ko Yen immediately realized, so many machines and equipment, looks like a laboratory. Glass bottles lined up in rows, containing all kinds of organs and bones, making anyone who looked shudder. Thien Loi explained, "These are the remaining limbs of zombies," she shouted in horror, so disgusting. Moving further, he encountered a fabric curtain blocking the way. Thien Loi boldly lifted the curtain. Immediately confronted with a horrifying sight, people suspended on the walls and being infused with something. In the bottles was blue liquid, and the people were motionless like soulless corpses. Ko Yen opened her eyes wide, astonished. Those people are new students. At the same time, Thien Loi noticed a computer and approached to operate it. His gaze fixed on the screen, and after a few steps the results appeared. Thien Loi's face tightened in rage, and he exclaimed, "So that's it, the new student association is just using the name. The so-called sacred relics are just experiments, that David is actually a perverted scientist." Ko Yen blankly asked, "Experiment? What experiment?" He explained slowly, although the zombie's body had decayed, inside there was a substance that could keep them endlessly awake, never exhausted. David took this substance, modified it, and injected it into humans, stimulating their potential, giving them resilient bodies and strength far beyond normal humans. But the nature of this substance is a virus. The human body cannot tolerate it. This state can only last for a time, and they will be infected and mutated again. That is why father became a zombie. Hearing this, Ko Yen shivered. Her anger surged. These documents are the evidence. I must reveal them before everyone, expose his true face. At that moment footsteps sounded with a cold voice, the small sacrifice to save more people. Both of them turned around in shock, eyes full of fury. In front of them were David's people. He not only showed no remorse, but also firmly declared, "This is not a bad action, but the greatest good." Thien Loi shouted angrily, "Under the flag of the church, deceiving and plundering wealth, treating believers as test subjects, and still daring to call it a good deed. You really are shameless." David calmly replied, "When I was still a scientist, I also wanted to change this world through knowledge and ability. I spent 10 years and finally found a medicine to cure cancer. But because of lack of funds, I could not complete it. But I did not want to give up like that. I sold my car and house, used all my savings for research, and my wife divorced me because of it." David continued, "Later I found out, the project that was supposed to be assigned to me was taken by the leader for personal profit, buying a piece of land with good feng shui. I argued with him and lost my job as well." Speaking of this, his face showed a hint of sadness. David adjusted his glasses and smiled faintly. "I spent all my effort to research and develop a medicine to save people, but in return I got nothing, while those illegal masters kept making up lies and pretending. So, I was only telling a lie with good intentions." He raised his voice. "The devotion of these believers has accelerated my experiment progress by at least 50 years. Soon, all humanity will no longer fear viruses. They will be like medical volunteers. After success, I will record their names in the Book of Merit, so that mankind will remember them forever." Thien Loi angrily refuted, "They are not volunteers at all. They are just your lab rats." David questioned, speaking so righteously, "Why don't you use your own body for experiments?" He lowered his head and sighed. "You still do not understand. Every person who appears in this world has a different mission. My mission is to save the world." David pointed directly at them, "And your mission is to become my test subjects." At that moment, the door burst open. A horde of red-eyed zombies rushed in. Thien Loi and Ko Yen looked out, their faces full of horror. The crazed zombies stormed forward, targeting the two of them. She quickly grabbed a nearby chair and lifted it up. Ko Yen immediately threw the chair hard into the middle of the zombies. But they were completely unharmed, only letting out a terrifying roar. She froze, eyes wide open, even harder than iron. A zombie lunged to attack, but Thierry Loy reacted extremely fast, dodging to the side. It smashed its fist into the floor. Luckily, he managed to retreat just in time. David sneered, "They have already been injected with the experimental serum. Their bodies are at their strongest phase. Even if you kill many more zombies, you are still no match for them." The zombies' muscles bulged and swelled. Their shirts tore apart, their aura fierce like wild beasts. Thierry Loy slightly curved his lips. "Play with you, and you think it's real." He summoned his weapon and spoke calmly. "Poor people deceived, let me help you find release." Right after that, a violent zombie with blood-red eyes charged straight at him. Thierry Loy did not hesitate, swinging his arm fiercely. A sharp slash tore through the air. David's group was horrified, eyes wide open, shocked and disbelieving at the sight before them. He stood firmly facing the oncoming horde of the undead. Thierry Loy spun quickly, slashing powerfully, the gleaming blade tearing apart the zombie in front of him. Another rushed in, he slashed again. A miserable scream echoed. The huge zombie's body collapsed in agony. David gritted his teeth in astonishment. How could this be? It's even harder than marble. Yet, in an instant, Thierry Loy coldly replied, "Next, it's your turn." He turned in fear and ran, shouting and ordering, "Damn it, stop them." Ko Yen shouted loudly, "Don't let him get away." The group raised their guns and opened fire. Ko Yen covered her head to dodge, screaming non-stop. Thierry Loy shouted loudly, his eyes flashing with worry, "Be careful." He rushed to grab her. Both of them fell down to avoid the shots. The bullets clashed against the metal cabinets, sparks flying everywhere. Thierry Loy gritted his teeth, getting ready to lift the cabinet. His hand tightly gripped the cold metal edge. Thierry Loy roared, gathering all his strength to throw the cabinet forward. The group struck by it stumbled and fell. Thierry Loy turned to urge Ko Yen, "Go." The group struggled to get up, shouting loudly, "Don't even think about it." They frowned angrily. "We will not let you harm the professor. If you want to kill him, you must first step over our bodies." Thierry Loy stopped and questioned, looking at, "You are not stupid. All your intelligence has gone to the dogs, yet you help the enemy helping trash like David." Chiyu Hai hurriedly spoke up to defend. "Everything the professor does is to save humanity. Scientific research must give up personal interests to protect the interests of the collective. Even if using my body for experiments, I would still willingly volunteer." Endyo-kin then added, "The immune fluid is about to be successfully developed. Please give the professor a little more time." Thierry Loy shouted loudly to correct, "That is not any immune fluid at all, but a mutated virus that has been modified after being injected into the human body. It will quickly mutate again." He used all reasoning to persuade. In David's experiment diary, it was written he fundamentally could not solve this problem. This experiment from the beginning could not succeed. Endyo-kin still refused to believe this is impossible. Chiyu Hai widened his eyes in protest. "You are lying." Suddenly, the alarm sounded. Red beams spread all over the room. Thierry Loy turned to look, gritting his teeth in anger. He immediately pressed Ko Yen down and ordered, "Lie down." The others hit by the red beams screamed in pain. Their eyes bulged, mouths opened, their bodies convulsed as if electrocuted. Thierry Loy and Ko Yen saw with their own eyes the people around them being destroyed. He coldly concluded, "It is lazy beams." She was terrified, both scared and angry. So cruel could it be? He does not care about their lives. Thierry Loy growled, mentally sick. His eyes became cold and sharp. He would never forgive him. The two ran to find David and kept shouting, "David, come out and die." David was already waiting in the room. He laughed coldly, "Unexpected that you could escape the lazy beam trap." Then David turned, holding Ko Kwang tightly in his hand. The boy struggled and shouted, "Sister." Ko Yen rushed over in shock. "Little brother." David lifted the boy up with one hand and squeezed his neck, demanding, "Stand still." He looked at the boiling green liquid and said, "This fortress is full of virus fluid I extracted from zombies." David frowned and threatened, "Take one more step, and I will throw him in." Ko Yen screamed, dazed. "Let my brother go," Thien Loi said coldly. "Give up, you have no way to escape." He calmly replied, "I never thought of escaping from here." Outside, the sky was blue. His voice still echoed, "This town was built by my own hands. All my effort is here. How could I bear to leave?" Thien Loi glared and questioned, "But you know clearly this experiment can never succeed. Why still do it?" David calmly answered, "The path of science is like searching for a needle at the bottom of the sea. Only after passing countless turns can you find the right direction. I failed countless times before discovering a medicine to cure incurable disease. Unfortunately, because of 1 million I failed at the last moment, but now capital specimens and materials, everything is ready, all for me to use." He gritted his teeth and smiled with expectation. The god of luck will surely appear again. Suddenly, the ground under Thien Loi and Ko Yen opened. Both fell into a secret passage. David stomped once and the ground closed again. Ko Kwang cried out in panic, "Sister!" In the space below, Thien Loi said cautiously, "Too dark. What does he want to do?" At that moment, green gas flowed down from the vent, spreading through the space, drifting toward them. He was horrified, realizing it was poison gas. They quickly covered their noses and mouths. The coughing sound echoed above. David and Ko Kwang heard it. The boy struggled, shouting, "Sister!" Ko Kwang smartly bit hard on his hand. David gritted his teeth in pain. He had to let go, taking the chance. Ko Kwang rushed forward, shouting, "Sister!" The boy hit his hand on the floor, calling, "Sister!" Suddenly, Ko Kwang's eyes widened, uneasy. The surroundings turned silent. David sneered arrogantly, "That is strong poison gas. In 10 seconds it will cause death." The boy sadly lowered his head, eyes filled with tears. "Sister!" In that moment, Ko Kwang remembered when he had hit and pushed Ko Yen. "All because of you. I hate you, sister." Tears streamed down his face. "I am sorry. I should not have said those words. I should not have doubted you." David laughed mockingly. "Sibling love, how touching." He stepped closer with a sinister smile. "Do not worry now. I will send you to reunite with her." While Ko Kwang sadly looked ahead, David, with a fierce face, rushed toward him, intending to grab the boy. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. The bricks on the floor shattered, and fragments flew in all directions as if smashed by an invisible force. He screamed in terror, his entire body thrown backward. At the same moment, Thien Loi and the two siblings Ko Yen appeared before Ko Kwang's astonished eyes. David gritted his teeth in anger. "Gas mask." The young man removed the gas mask and said, "I can even create guns. What is so surprising about 2 simple gas masks?" Ko Kwang ran forward, shouting, "Sister!" and the 2 sisters Ko Yen rushed to embrace each other tightly. She reassured him, "Brother, it is all right now." David bent down, both hands hanging limp in despair. "It is over. There is nothing left." Thinking he had given up. Yet just a moment later, a sinister smile spread across his face. "But my experiment will not end. This fortress is connected to the sewer system of the entire town. As soon as I press the switch, the experimental fluid will spread through the waterways across the town. Then everyone will become test subjects." David raised the remote control and laughed loudly. "Even if I die, my achievement will remain." Seeing this, Thien Loi immediately threw the mask straight at him. "Stop!" The mask struck his wrist, knocking the remote from his hand. Ko Kwang dashed after it. Fortunately, the boy reached it in time and smiled joyfully. "I caught it." Ko Yen and Thien Loi both sighed in relief. Right after that, she clenched her fists, face full of anger, stepped forward. "Filthy scum! You are about to die, yet still want to drag the whole town with you. Today I will act for heaven and avenge my father." David growled and cursed. "Brat, if I had known, I should not have let your family live from the start." As soon as he finished, he lunged to attack her. Thien Loi sensed danger and warned, "Careful." Like lightning, he rushed forward and slammed hard into David's stomach, sending him falling backward. Beneath them was a tank filled with blue liquid. David grabbed Thien Loi's arm, trying to pull him down together. Thien Loi frowned and stared straight at him, his eyes showing no fear. And just like that, David managed to drag Thien Loy down. The surface of the liquid rippled violently. A splash echoed. Witnessing this scene, the two siblings Ko Yen cried out, "Antriu!" They rushed to the tank calling, "Antriu!" Hearing no reply, she covered her face, sobbing and blaming herself. "I stole his car, ate his noodles, even put chili in his eyes. Yet he still risked his life to protect me. I am such a terrible person." Sob. At that moment, from beneath the tank came Thien Loy's voice. "It is not that serious." Ko Yen looked up in astonishment. "Antriu." She and Ko Kwang quickly leaned down. Thien Loy was clinging to the edge of the tank, climbing up little by little, panting while half joking. "Though you caused me plenty of trouble, seeing you cry for me, I will forgive you," she stammered in reply. Who cried?" As Thien Loy was about to climb out, the siblings hurriedly pulled him up. But just then, the surface of the liquid below began to boil, making a chilling sound. Thien Loy and Ko Yen turned back, eyes wide in horror. A giant figure shot up from the tank. His muscles bulged, white smoke came out of his mouth, his eyes glowed red. His eyes blazed red as he laughed proudly. "My body is filled with energy. This is the feeling of absorbing the test fluid," Ko Yen exclaimed in panic. "David." Thien Loy was also shocked. "He is still alive." David burst into mad laughter. "Ha ha, indeed, fortune favors me." He leapt up, his massive body roaring. "I still have to thank you." Then David raised his hand to attack. "I said no one can stop me, die." Thien Loy immediately shouted, "Careful." Suddenly David froze and screamed. His entire body began to crack apart. He gritted his teeth in agony. It hurts so much. My body is tearing apart." Ko Yen asked in shock, "What is happening to him?" Thien Loy frowned and observed, answering, "In an instant he absorbed too much of the experimental fluid. His body cannot withstand the virus reaction, like a balloon reaching its limit." David's bloodshot eyes bulged out. Then his whole body exploded. The young man coldly remarked, "Now he finally understands the suffering of those new mutants. He brought it upon himself." Outside the research complex, the sky was clear and blue, white clouds drifting lazily. Everyone stood in shock, mouths open, hearts trembling. So we were all deceived. The new beings were all experimental subjects. How terrifying. Ko Yen lowered her head in guilt. "If I had told the truth earlier, maybe fewer people would have been harmed." They all understood and hurried to comfort her. "How could we blame you? Back then we completely trusted the leader. Even if you had spoken, no one would have believed. We misunderstood you, and even almost drove your whole family out of the town." They admitted their fault and sincerely said, "We are truly sorry." Hearing that, Ko Yen waved her hands. "No, don't say that." Lai Tiet walked toward Thien Loy and said softly, "Young man, thank you. This time I finally know what happened to my son." Her voice grew heavy. "You exposed David's lies and avenged my son. How could I ever thank you enough?" Everyone around agreed. "That's right. Without you, who knows how many more would have become sacrifices. You are truly the great benefactor of our town." Thien Loy looked down and answered quietly, "The one who saved the town was not me. It was Ko Yen and Ko Kwang." The boy's eyes widened in surprise. "Me?" Thien Loy gently patted his head. "If you hadn't caught the controller in time and stopped the virus from spreading, the whole town would have turned into zombies." His gaze was warm but firm. "So you are the real hero of this town." Standing beside them, Ko Miu smiled with her eyes curved and praised, "Brother, you and father are the same, both heroes." Ko Kwang was surrounded by people cheering, "Great hero, great hero, great hero." The boy smiled brightly, his heart filled with pride. Seeing this, the 3 generations of Ko Yen's family also felt relieved and happy. Time passed, and Thien Loy's car was about to leave the town. The sisters waved goodbye. Ko Yen called out, "Don't forget us." The 2 children shouted together, "Antriu, goodbye." Ko Kwang grinned mischievously. "Sister, do you like Antriu? How could you let him go?" Ko Miu quickly added, "Antriu is so amazing. If he could be my brother-in-law, that would be great." Ko Yen blushed and shouted, "You two stop talking nonsense." The little girl lowered her head sadly. "But if he stayed, He could protect us like father did. Ko Kwang replied firmly, can't I protect you too? Ko Yen nodded seriously. Ko Kwang is right. We can't depend on others. If we want to live on, we must become stronger ourselves. She straightened up and ordered, so from today, you both must train harder, understand? The two children cheerfully agreed, but let's rest for one day today and have a feast tonight. Ko Yen smiled and nodded, all right. At that moment, the sky was deep blue, sunlight shining brightly. A car was speeding along an empty road. Inside, two hands were fighting over an item. Bang and Han grumbled angrily, I gave you the shampoo yesterday, but I will never give up this last bottle of facial cleanser. Tam Duck was just as stubborn, you just don't want to use it because I'm the brand ambassador. The two struggled fiercely, neither giving in. Tam Duck added, besides, this is for students, it doesn't suit your skin. Bang and Han snapped back, no need for you to remind me, I was born beautiful. My skin is much younger than yours. Tin Van, driving in front, sighed helplessly. They acted so united back at the base. Yet now, over one bottle of cleanser, they turned into enemies. Female friendship. He turned and shouted, enough, stop arguing, just split it in half. At that moment, both hands slipped, and the bottle shot out of their grip, flying straight out the car window. Bang and Han and Tam Duck screamed together. Tin Van jumped in shock, sweat dripping down. The car swerved violently as a furious voice roared, Tran Tin Van. Outside a convenience store, the sunlight had faded. Tin Van stood with bruises and a swollen head, sighing helplessly, I give up on you too. There are all kinds of hygiene products here. Pick what you want and let's go. The two women still frowned, refusing to look at each other, each turning away. Bang and Han muttered while holding her basket, obviously, the more expensive, the better. Tam Duck sneered, only old women pick brands, I'll just take the one I represent. Let's see if you can still fight me for it. Bang and Han suddenly paused, a thought flashed through her mind, come to think of it, it's been ages since I changed my underwear. She walked toward the lingerie section, and Tin Van curiously followed, so Sister Bang and Han likes thin ones huh? She answered honestly, underwear must be breathable to be comfortable. He laughed loudly, teasing, that's real confidence in genuine products, unlike my sister's stuff, soft and light yet thicker than a shoe pad. Hearing that, Tam Duck's anger flared up. She grabbed a bottle of shower gel and threw it at Tin Van, shouting, shut up. But right after throwing, she suddenly felt something strange. Her palm was wet and sticky. What is this? Tam Duck looked around cautiously. She turned toward the inside of the store, staring intently. Her eyes suddenly widened in horror. A zombie with blood-red eyes, mouth wide open revealing sharp teeth, sticky drool dripping down in thick strands, looking both disgusting and terrifying, was slowly emerging before her eyes.